This City of Gainesville General Policy Meeting for Thursday, August 14th. I'm glad you're all here with us today. We have lots of hard work ahead of us, but I'm confident that we will get through it. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have the adoption of the agenda.
So moved. Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as printed and distributed. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. And before we go back to you, Madam Clerk, I want to just make a couple of introductory comments here for all this stuff. Okay. Since we last met as a commission, we had a big change announced, and this is not on the agenda, nor would I like for it to be on the agenda, but I do want to make just a quick comment. We all know that we have been lucky or blessed, or however you want to think about it, to work with our city manager for the last nearly 4 years, and we will have time to talk about how wonderful this has been at a future date. But I know that everybody is wondering, okay, what do we do? My recommendation and my hope is that we will, as a commission, agenda a conversation about interim status. Now, we do have more than 3 months with the city manager here, but we do need to put a plan together, and I hope that we will discuss such a plan on the GPC on August 28th. And if nobody has a concern with that, we'll go ahead and agenda a discussion about interim status on that meeting. If everybody's good.
So moved.
It can be a motion, but we can just place it on there too.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All right, any opposed? All right, that passed unanimously. All right, now, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have the approval of the minutes from the April 24th, 2025 General Policy Committee meeting.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt the minutes as printed and distributed. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously as well. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to our discussion item for the afternoon is 2025-371 fiscal year 2026 budget development update with a recommendation the General Policy Committee hear a presentation from staff and provide direction as needed.
Madam Manager.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. So today we will try to connect the dots back to the last budget workshop that was held with the commission on the budget. I will do some introductory as I've met with each of you, and much of this information has been shared with you, but I will do it again just to kind of place some things in context for the larger audience. Cynthia Reynolds, Chief of Staff, Executive Chief of Staff, is the lead on budget working with Susan Boyd, and they will, of course, Cynthia will take the lead with the presentation that you all have. We've done some reorganization of the items in the backup simply to try to make things flow a little easier because there's a lot of items in this backup, and we'll be making reference to those items. And we actually have some additional information that we will distribute as the discussion flows, just in case you need it. So with that, I will start by just kind of framing what has happened with the property tax values. The last time we received an update from the property appraiser, actually it was July 1. But on June 1, we had shared with the commission that we had estimated using a 6% increase in property tax values. We were actually notified in June by the property appraiser that it was 6.3%, which gave us a slight increase in the amount of property tax revenue that we were able to put in our budget for revenue purposes. On July 1, actually, the property appraiser contacted all municipalities around and shared that the growth in the roll was actually 9.1%, which was actually very good because it actually represented a $1.7 million estimated property tax revenue increase over the 6.4297 millage rate that we currently have. And so with that, you have a chart, and I'm referring specifically to attachment 2025-371A as it is identified in your backup. There is a chart right underneath that gives you a visual comparison of what we had in, as of June 1 and a comparison of what we had in July 1, showing you the difference, of course, with the property tax revenue growing by $1.7 million. The paragraph below it basically just recaps what happened with the actual taxable value. When we came to the board in July, we had received information from the property appraiser about the value of the roll, which was a little over $11 billion, but it was actually adjusted again in October of 2024, and it went down. And so that actually set the new value of the roll and is what the rollback is calculated off of. In July 17, we met with the commission because at that time we had taken a look at all of our budgets across the operation, and staff concluded that in order to keep services stable, we would recommend to the commission a maximum not to exceed millage rate. And at that time, that millage rate, and it still is, 0.4615 mills, which would generate an additional $5.3 million over the projected tax revenue that our current millage rate, which is 6.4297, would generate. The maximum millage rate would generate approximately $79 million versus keeping the millage rate flat would generate approximately $74 million. And so we built a budget at that time utilizing the maximum not to exceed millage rate. That is the millage rate that will be submitted to the property appraiser when they send the notice of tax increase out. We share it with the commission that that particular millage rate cannot be exceeded in the meetings that follow. It can be reduced, but it cannot be exceeded. Those two meetings where you will be discussing the budget in more of a final form, they occur on August 10th and August 24th, and that is when the millage rates, the second meeting is when the millage rate will actually be adopted. And again, the maximum to exceed can be reduced, but we cannot go above it as we start to finalize and shape our budget.
Madam Manager, if I might just interrupt for a moment. I think it would be useful for us to add another budget meeting discussion such as this, just this, between now and the reading of the first ordinance, or the first reading of the ordinance, rather. And if there's no objection, we'll just ask the clerk to work toward that.
We may need to do that, Mr. Mayor. I'm hoping we can do as much as we can today.
But
It's a
let's-
lot today, but I'm
let's try to
hoping.
plan for that so that when we make some changes over the course of the day, which we inevitably will,
Okay.
We can come have a brief meeting to level set prior to that
Okay,
current meeting.
so as I continue, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
the fund balance, the fund balance requirements is always very important for us to talk about. We've been talking about it actually for the last couple of months, but we do have a fund balance policy here in the city. We have a emergency fund requirement, we have a minimum fund balance requirement, and we have a maximum fund balance requirement up to 90, I'm sorry, Cynthia? I believe okay, so you want to distribute the policy, is that what you have? Cynthia has in her hand a copy of our fund balance policy, just in case anyone is interested in it, and she'll pass that over to Kristen. As we have shared with the commission, we currently have met our minimum fund balance requirement, which is 27.6, and I will round it, it's 27,583,000. We've met that requirement. We've also met the maximum fund balance requirement of 41,293,000. In excess of our minimum and maximum, we have $17.2 million. That amount of money is considered excess fund balance. We want to start referring to it as a budget stabilization number as opposed to excess fund balance, because it gets confusing when we talk about fund balance and this is really in excess. And so I'm going to speak of it in a budget stabilization in a budget stabilization status. The commission has already approved $4,043,500 out of the 17.2 for life safety improvements. That was already approved by the commission. The commission already approved workday procurement and contract modules of $722,000, so that's already been deducted from the 17.2. We will be coming to the commission in September at that meeting, I believe it's September 4th, and at that meeting we will be asking the commission to support a recommendation to take an additional $2 million from that amount of money for our technology department for one-time startup costs, and we'll be asking you to also support our police and fire rescue radios of $965,848 from that amount. If you approve that, the budget stabilization amount is $9,478,162. So that will remain over and above the fund balance policy requirements that we have established here in the city. Moving on to state revenue sharing, when we met with you last, we did not have final numbers from the state estimating conference. We received that notification from the state, and we have been provided with additional revenue net of about $218,000, but specifically the half-cent sales tax was slightly reduced by $162,000. The state revenue sharing for motor fuel was not increased. It stayed at the exact same amount. And the state revenue sharing for sales tax did increase by $380,142. All that nets out to an additional revenue of $218,066. We've shared previously with the commission, and all of this is just in context for how the budget is going to shape up as Cynthia starts to make her presentation. The indirect cost allocation study, this is a study that is provided by a company called Maximus. They take a look at all of our services and how they are provided, the value that that is associated with each one, and how much should be budgeted for those services. GRU is included in that because they receive services from the city along several departments: HR, finance department, payroll, equity, and equal opportunity, clerk's office, etc. If in fact the indirect cost allocation study values had been honored across the board, we would have netted an additional $391,000. But because GRU decided that they would assess the value to the services that they received, this amount was reduced by $1.3 million. And so unfortunately, we did not net the increase that we thought we would net because of that. We've already communicated across the departments what those numbers are. And that is also built, that reduction is built into our revenues. I think shared with the commission at the last meeting as well was the General Employees Pension Plan Actuarial Report. We were able to actually reduce expenditures by $510,000 because that was overestimated, and so we made that adjustment as well. Commissioner Book and maybe some other commissioners as well asked us to do a little research around vacancies. And so we have included in the backup, when I met with you during this week, we had a vacancy report that was as of July. So we have an updated vacancy report that is as of August 11th. Cynthia has the new copies of that vacancy report. And when you get it, you will see that it has yellow and pink highlights. The yellow highlights have already been incorporated in terms of positions that have been eliminated. Those are positions that we will talk about a little bit later in our recommendations. The ones that are highlighted in pink are additional positions that we have identified for consideration, but that would need to be discussed by you today. But this is the vacancy report for the city for your consideration. We also, we were asked about what it would take if we took the top 10% of salaries, the top 15% of salaries, the top 25% of salaries, what it would take if there were no increases to those particular groups of employees. And so what we have here are the top 10% employees, salary earning employees. There are 31 FTEs in that category, and if those individuals did not receive the approximate 3% increase, this is on page 4 of 10 of the memorandum, which is again 2025-371A. That amount of money for those 31 employees, top 10% salary earners, is approximately $119,790. And what you have is a list of those employees in that particular category. The next category is the top 15%. That is a total of 46. That's cumulative of the 10 as well. And that would generate about $146,072. And then for the top 25%, cumulative of the 10 and 15%, is 76 employees in that grouping, and cumulatively the savings would be $224,603. We will also ask for all those employees that are not a part of a collective bargaining unit. There are about 210 full-time employees in that particular group. And we will ask what the savings would be if those employees did not receive the salary increase, approximately 3%. And that would total about $368,926. And you have a list of all of those employees. It's not a list of employees, it's a list of positions. And if it is multiple in that position classification, it will tell you the amount of people in that particular classification, but it does not list any names. It's by position. The last portion of this introductory report basically kind of takes us where we were with the gap in the budget, in the general fund budget. So when we met on June 12th, we shared a gap with the commission of $9.8 million. And since that time, because we've had additional revenues come in and we've had some expenditure adjustments that we are recommending to the commission to consider, the gap has moved from 9.8 to 8.7 million, 24 and 321. That is where we start to get into scenarios that we will share with the commission. We have 3 scenarios that they're included in the backup. We never stop working on budget. And so last night, as we were brainstorming back and forth, this morning I came in and we started working on a 4th scenario, which is not in your backup, but we will share it with you as we move along. But we want to start with the 3 that we've already shared with everybody so that you can see it. So the difference is the 3 that you will hear about today will also include a balancing lever that is fund balance, excess fund balance, to balance us out. The 4th scenario balances without the use of fund balance at all. And so we can talk a little bit about that before we move along, because I thought that since fund balance is a non-recurring item, that, we can have options that include it, but we should also have an option that doesn't include it because it's not a recurring funding source. And so I included that one just for consideration because I know there'll be a lot of discussion back and forth on what actually will go into the budget to balance it. And so with that, we will probably move then to 2025-371B Cynthia, which is starting off with the budget development timeline so that we know where we're headed after today. And then Cynthia, I believe I set that up properly. Is that the right one? Yes. All right, and so we will we'll move into the discussion and provide handouts, hopefully if we have them available to support the discussion. Cynthia?
Cynthia
Welcome, Ms.
Ramos,
Ramos.
Executive Chief of Staff. And so this is going to sound a little repetitive, but we're going to work through that. So in the timeline, we are at this 4th budget workshop, 1, 2, 3, right? And it's August 14th, and so we'll move right along. Just a quick snapshot of where we left off on June 12th. On the revenue side, we were at 156.7 million. Ms. Curry has mentioned some of the changes that we've experienced since then. On the expenditure side, we were at 166.5 million, and Ms. Curry has mentioned some of the changes that we've experienced since then. This here guides you through where we were at the end of June 12th, which was the $9.8 million gap. And now we're going to go through these updated numbers as of today. As Ms. Curry mentioned, when you last saw this presentation, we were at a deficit of $9.8 million. She mentioned the increase in property tax revenue from the July 1st estimates. So this is just a mapping of all those numbers that she mentioned earlier so that you can all see how we got to the 8.7 million new deficit as of today. She also mentioned the fund balance updates, so I'm not going to go through that again, but the budget stabilization fund that Ms. Curry has been mentioning is the 9.4 million that's highlighted on the screen. And so we'll just get right to the scenarios of balancing the budget. So the first scenario that we have presented to the City Commission is to maintain the maximum millage that was set on July 17th of 6.8912 mils, decrease expenditures, and use of excess fund balance, which we are calling the Budget Stabilization Fund. This option requires a 5/7 vote of the City Commission for the millage rate, and it generates an additional $5.3 million in property tax revenue And we include here the impacts to a homesteaded property owner and a non-homesteaded property owner. In terms of expenditure reductions, one of the things that we have focused on doing, because the indirect cost allocation study results or income that's supposed to come into the city from GRU has been a multi-year reduction. Fiscal year 2026 would be the third year in a row where we are not getting this revenue as expected, and we haven't adjusted expenditures to account for that. So here we recommend that we eliminate 8 FTEs throughout various departments. 1 is from the city attorney's office, 3 are from the Office of Equity and Inclusion, 3 are from the Department of Financial Services, 1 of which is already frozen, and 2 from the Department of Human Resources. That reduces expenditures in the general fund by $682,082. In the Office of the City Auditor, we are freezing and unbudgeting the vacant senior internal auditor position, and that will reduce expenditures by $112,027. There has been no additional expenditures provided from the city clerk's office at this time. And we also include reducing the fleet fixed payments by 25%. We talked about a 50% reduction earlier in the budget workshops. We're bringing that down to 25%. This does leave a gap of $1.1 million, and we recommend that that could come from the Budget Stabilization Fund, the excess fund balance. In scenario 2, we set the fiscal year 2026 millage rate at a quarter of a mil higher than 6.4297, which is our current millage. This will require a 5/7 vote of the City Commission, and instead of generating $5.3 million of additional revenue, it would generate $2.9 million of additional revenue. For the expenditure reductions, those related to the indirect cost allocation study changes remain the same. We reduced fleet again by 25% in this scenario instead of the 50%. We also reduced the additional overtime expenditures requested by police and fire by 50%. So instead of $1.5 million, we would only put in an additional $722,500, prorated against both departments. And then this scenario includes a reduction in funding for the outside agencies of 50%, and that would reduce expenditures in the general fund by just over $1 million.
Cynthia, if I might interrupt just for a second, please. So the backup for the outside agencies is included in the backup. And so I just wanted to make sure that if anybody wanted to reference that, it is included in your backup. And, okay, I think that.
And that's attachment F of the backup. And so this one, this scenario leaves a gap of 1.8 million. We recommend that an option would be to take that from the Budget Stabilization Fund, and that will leave 7.7 million in that category. Scenario 3 is to maintain the millage rate at the current level of 6.4297 mils, reduce expenditures and the use of the excess fund balance. This will also require a 5/7 vote, and we will only be accounting for the increased property tax revenue from the taxable values growing year over year, and that's an additional almost $6 million in revenue in the general fund. The indirect cost allocation study reductions remain the same. In this scenario, the fleet fixed payments would be reduced by 50% instead of 25%. We also include continuing to freeze the 9 vacant police officer positions, and this totals 1.4 million and includes salary, fringe, and equipment associated with those positions. And then it also reduces the funding for the outside agencies at just the same amount, 50%, so just over 1 million. The gap here under this scenario is 2.5 million, and we could pull that from the excess fund balance, and if we do that, that would leave about $7 million remaining to be spent. This here on the revenue side, we just wanted to provide a snapshot of what the revenues would look like based on this. This revenue slide here does not include any millage changes, so it includes a 6.4297 option. It's based on the 6.4297. Here's our expenditures, updated expenditures, folding in those positions that are reduced related to the indirect cost allocation study. And these are the estimated positions based on all of those changes. So you'll see that our position count will go down by 5.20 FTEs in the general fund, to 980.91 FTEs. And this slide here summarizes those three scenarios side by side.
And so if I might interrupt just briefly again, so Mr. Mayor, are you okay, and the commission, are you okay with us sharing with you the fourth scenario on a sheet that has them all side by side?
Yeah,
One,
let's do
two,
that.
three, and then four, so that we can roll the fourth scenario out and make sure, Cynthia, that you share that with the clerk so that everybody's on the same page.
Can you give me one? Sorry. That one. No, here, thank you. And so the fourth scenario that we have come up with in the past 24 hours retains the reductions related to the indirect cost allocation. Well, on the millage side, it leaves the millage flat to current millage, so 6.4297. It retains the reductions due to the indirect cost allocation study, so that doesn't change. We keep the fleet fixed payments being reduced by 50%. And then what we do here is we do reduce the additional overtime for police and fire, the full 100%, and that's about $1.5 million. And what we do here is we reduce the outside agency grant funding by 100%. And we do take out an additional 19.45 FTEs in the general fund, and that is that second page that you have in front of you, and that lists out what all those positions are. It includes eliminating 18 of them and freezing one, and the rest will be eliminated. And that gives you a smaller gap of $68,991.71.
And in this instance, we would use no fund balance to balance the budget, and we would keep the millage rate flat at 6.4297. And I think the big deal here is, I think 100% of the outside agencies, the full additional overtime for police and fire, and the additional almost $1.3 million of cuts across a variety of operational agencies, which go from additional positions out of equal opportunity, I think a position out of the budget office, several positions out of public works, several positions that are unsworn out of GPD, park, recreation, cultural affairs, et cetera, but for a total of 19.75 positions. And so what we do is basically continue to cut into the operationals budgets so that in ensuing years, we are in a better position, unfortunately, having made the cuts now than having to make them in the future. And this is just a start, because as Cynthia finishes the presentation, there is a 5-year projection that basically says either the revenues continue to grow to support the operations with no changes, or if the revenues are not growing, the expenditures have to start to shrink in order to be aligned without moving into use of the actual fund balance. And so, Cynthia, is that the next portion?
Yeah, and Ms. Curry is referring to attachment G in your backup. I do not have this up on the slides because it's just a lot of numbers and it's overwhelming, so we thought it would be best to show you with a physical copy. But you have fund balance projections from fiscal year 2025, which is we're currently in, all the way through fiscal year 31. And you have those scenarios and its impact on fund balance for each of the 3 millage rate options. So if we maintain the max millage that we set on July 17th, if we increase it by 1/4 mil, or if we leave it flat to what's in fiscal year 2025. And so I'm going to we're probably going to land back on this slide, but I just want to finish the rest of this out. We did want to provide a quick glance at what the all funds is. It's just everything outside of the general fund. So this includes our wild spaces, public places, street stations, strong foundations, CDBG home, grant funding, special revenue. And so right now we're at an estimated budget of $442.3 million. It's 4.2% higher than the FY 2025 adopted budget. Again, it's an estimate because we're still flowing through this. And we're still sorting out the revenues for each of those other funds. And then this slide just gives you a quick snapshot of where the positions are for all funds. And just overall, once you account for the changes in the other funds, we'll have an additional 2 positions. And it's so a 0.1% increase as of today. But what I'll do is, the next slide is a budget timeline update that, before we came in today, We were thinking that we were going to come in right on September 10th if we're able to make all the decisions that we need to make today. But if we need to add a meeting in between, then this will obviously be updated. But our next scheduled appearance before you would be on September 10th for the first public hearing, where we will be setting the final fire assessment rate. We will be setting the Appendix A, first reading of the Appendix A, first reading of the millage rate, and setting the tentative financial plan budget for the city. But I think it would just be helpful, and you all can let me know. Obviously, we're very gracious for your time, so there was a thank you there. But I'll take us back to this slide here, because I think this is probably where we're going to spend most of our time today.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I know in the last meeting, there was some discussion about RTS and some route changes and some information that was pending from the University of Florida. So Andrew was able to speak with the University of Florida partners last evening. It was late. And I know we met with several of you, and you have been anxious to try to find out where we are, and I think we're ready for that. So if you don't mind, if Andrew can come forward and just kind of let us know what's happening with that, and I think that will kind of paint a full picture around where we are within our operations with the RTS piece. And we're open for questions and obviously the discussion that needs to occur so we can figure out, where to go from here. And so with that, Andrew, RTS update. And we do have a handout, so would you make sure that gets distributed? Everybody has it already? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Madam Manager, Andrew Person, Chief Operating Officer. As the manager indicated, we've been, as you all know, in near weekly discussions with University of Florida over the potential changes to both the summer B schedule, which has been in operation now since earlier this summer, as well as the pending fall service, which is about 2 weeks away. Most of the discussion has focused on the routes 5 and 8, which are used by the University of Florida, and both routes had been previously partially funded by UF. With the changes to route schedule and frequency, there had been a proposal to eliminate UF funding for these routes. At the time, the city felt like we were able to maintain a reasonable level of service. However, during the RTS development of the budget, we had some higher numbers come in for both our insurance costs as well as our POB, or pension obligation bond costs, which necessitated additional cuts to base service. Those cuts are to both the 5 and the 8 that we'll talk about, as well as the 15, Route 15 and 43. We have been in discussions with the University of Florida, particularly about the 5 and the 8, as recently as the manager indicated yesterday evening, where we got some information from UF about where they are able to provide some additional funding to stave off the some of the more drastic cuts to both of those routes. On your handout, you'll see an analysis of the routes, as well as a proposal that UF is able to fund, which would be adding an additional bus on both routes, the 5 and the 8, during peak hours. That would be 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. and then 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. So there would be an additional bus to handle that peak demand on both of those routes. That roughly equates to about $215,000 of additional funding from UF. A few caveats. UF is willing to fund that during fall and spring semesters when school is in session. So that would not include when school is out of session during normal breaks, as well as during the summer. We did do an analysis of what the additional cost to wrap around that service during the rest of the year. It's approximately $166,000 of additional funding that would need to go in to provide that peak level of service through the entire calendar year. We also provided information for both routes 15 and 43, which have not been historically funded by UF. These have been historically funded through the base routes. That cost for that same level of service with one regular bus as well as an additional bus during those peak hours would be about $356,000 of additional funding that would be needed to have that. So all told, is that we're looking at about a $522,000 of additional funding in order to stave off those routes going from essentially one bus for the regular service. And so we can happily answer any questions you may have.
Any questions on that, Commissioner Engel?
Just so I understand kind of our process of how we got to these routes, I'm assuming these are the most popular, best used routes, and that's why we're focusing on these four for.
Yeah,
in
in terms of overall ridership, the 15, the 5, and the 8 have the overall most riders. Out of those three, the 5 and the 8 are more heavily used by the University of Florida. The 8 in particular serves UF Health, and that's an important facility for a lot of the health workers to get to and from the hospitals. And so those have been the routes that UF is particularly interested in. And again, when we were working on the overall route changes with UF, our intent was not to make these cuts to the 5 and the 8 at that time. However, as we were working on the budget, costs came in higher, and we had to cut service in order to balance RTS's budget.
And the 15 and 43?
15 and 43. 15 is a heavily used route. That is also, I think, our highest route in terms of number of handicap users that ride that route. It's a heavily used base route for the city. It's not a route, however, that UF has traditionally funded. Jesus can give you the sort of the longer history. I think at one point UF had provided some funding, but it's been many, many years since that was the case.
Sure. And the 35 and 45-minute wait times we'd be looking at now are equivalent to what was happening before these rate cuts, or close, or?
It would be close to what would be before, particularly during peak hours.
Okay.
That would be what we would focus on, and those would be those times during peak hours. Short of that, we're looking at like 70, 80, 90-minute headways.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Engel. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for this. This is temporarily very good news because the routes that we've received by far the most interest in has been in the 5 and 8, and they are used. So if I'm understanding correctly, at the moment, we're going to restore some route use for 5 and 8 on these peak hours because we are in agreement with UF, or UF's in agreement with us, to at least do the peak service on those two. That's what we're moving to, regardless of what we do budgetarily today.
If short of that $166,000, if the city decided to not put in any additional funding, then it would be that additional peak service, but only during the fall and spring semesters, which is about 141 days of the calendar year.
And they're specific to class days.
That's correct. That's correct.
And if we decided to basically go back to a level of service that we felt was commensurate with the demand at the moment for all four routes, we would have to add essentially $522,000 to that budget deficit that we're going to have discussion about today. Is that correct?
Between 5, 8, and 15 and 43, the four routes.
Right.
Yes.
All right. So we wouldn't be at 8.7 million. We're going to be at basically 9.2 million that we have to figure out or come to some consensus on to get to those four routes.
Correct.
Yes, sir. That's why we included it as a part of the budget discussion.
Yeah, very, very, very helpful, and it's good to have it at the beginning of the budget so that we know what we're facing. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Manager, and Mr. Parsons. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Willetts.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Parsons, for all your staff who have been working with UF constantly. Yeah, we heard most about 5 and 8. They're kind of the spines of the city. If people don't remember, 5 goes east-west, 8 goes north-south. I see the 8 drop off, healthcare workers, and healthcare workers are not just doctors and nurses. It's everyone who makes a hospital run and the medical centers there. So I've seen them use 8. I think thank you, Madam Manager, for bringing this early in the conversation because it's something that I know that I'm personally interested in, and that's why we're going to get into these budget scenarios where it fits in. Things like this makes me lean towards just put it out front. that using a little more, I like scenario one kind of perhaps not at 6.89 mils as opposed to something more like 6.8 mils. But then increasing the use of fund balance, finding, increasing the budget stabilization funds, increasing the use of that, and having something like this in here, particularly 5 and 8. I feel like part of the stabilizing the budget is we had something somewhat unexpected on the UF side with RTS. So then this is what helps stabilize the budget while providing really kind of almost basic level of services, not just above and beyond. Because 5 and 8. My understanding of it is it functions as basic service. If you want to get from the west side of town to this building, 5 is what you ride. That's what you ride. And if you want to get to the north side of town, to anywhere south of University, in essence, 8 is really the one that really helps you. So I'm very interested in the 5 and 8. Particularly, thank you for Mr. Persons for working with UF to really convince them that it's needed just for their students. And then if we need to expand it, time of year and non-class days that we need to come up with, we need to find it. I'm interested in finding it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. I don't think it'll be a surprise to staff to hear that that most of the commission is supportive of finding the funds to make that work. I'd actually ballparked that without any good information at 500,000, and it's 522. So I'm going to pat myself on the back a little bit. And I am hopeful that we'll get to a place where we can make that work. It doesn't restore us to 100% of what we had done with RTS, but
That's correct.
It does pull in the more difficult cuts and make those better.
Right.
Which frankly is going to be the theme of what we talk about, avoiding the worst case, but recognizing that there is still pain to be felt throughout this. Do we have any other presentations from staff before we go into some discussion here?
We do not have any further.
All right. Before we do go into discussion, I would say that yes, when we look out 5 years in the future, with the information we have now, of course, for all of us, for anybody, if you look out 5 years from now, life gets more expensive. If you don't increase revenue, you have to find something to cut. And increasing revenue is part of the overall conversation for government as we go. Let's keep in mind as we move forward that we're about $30 million a year down from where we used to be, kind of arbitrarily, but there's very little we can do about that right now, more than we haven't already done. We will, move within those numbers, but we're not going to have the discussion without mentioning that basically arbitrarily we're down $30 million a year from what the utilities used to contribute for their presence in the community. Having said all that, I don't see any lights, which concerns me. But Commissioner Eastman, and here's what we're going to do: we'll go through a round of lights here, and then I want to hear from the community, and then we'll come back up here for motions and move on as we normally do. Commissioner Eastman.
Jump right into the scenarios.
Well, I mean, just conversation and
Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, I mean, I would like to jump right into the scenarios. Mr. Mayor, thank you for pointing out why we're here with our revenues. I mean, we have lost $30 million in overall revenue over the last 4 years. So that's every single property increase, every single new building that's gone in. It's the entirety of property tax increases during a time of very high inflation where the costs have gone up across the board. Every penny has gone to Gainesville Regional Utilities. And so we're in this position as it stands. I'm still trying to wrap my head around I've spent a lot of the last few days trying to understand the different scenarios, what kind of cuts, what impact that has on departments. I'm still trying to, and then we have a scenario 4 here. I guess, more broadly, I'm glad that we printed out the general fund projections here because I want us to talk through each one of these different scenarios and how we're going forward. One of the big priorities I have, and I know this whole commission has had, is that we need to get to a point of stability. It was outside of our control that we had these revenue cuts that we've had to deal with year over year, but we have to deal with it. And I want us to be cautious with the idea that, that, next year, okay, we can take some money out of, extra reserve money. And then the year after that, and the year after that, and the year after that, and then we're not in a place where we need, where we have a stable government, where we're constantly having this conversation year over year over year over year. And I think this is a year where we need to, we need to make the decisions that put us into a stable position. Even then, there's quite possible that next month, Gainesville Regional Utilities decides they're going to cut more money, and we're still not in a stable position. But where we currently stand, we have to make sure that our revenues meet our expenses. And when you look in the backup of our general fund projections, that's not where we are, particularly if we have a zero tax increase. So at a zero tax increase, we can start there. We are below our minimums at the end of FY 2027, if I'm reading this right. We no longer have the minimum fund balance. We have a $9 million budget gap, or $8.7 million budget gap by FY 2027. I don't know what that means in terms of scenario 4 or how you add those in, because there's some real structural cuts in scenario 4, like FTE cuts. There's also kind of one-time cuts. We're not going to continuously reduce the fleet. I mean, fleet has to get paid for at some point. We're just deferring maintenance on fleet. Eventually, we're going to have to true up the overtime that police and fire are coming back with. I mean, some of those things continue to put us into that scenario. And then it also includes $2 million cut to outside agencies, which, just to be clear, means mostly Grace Marketplace. So that is something that would be a tremendous hit to our homeless community, to our support of it would eliminate our support of homelessness within the city. So that's a huge. So as I'm looking through all of these, I'm trying to think through RTS, which has suddenly had a lot of changes to it in terms of routes, in terms of everything else, as well as the reduction of overall, service and headways on it for this upcoming year, and seeing if there's some way that we can shore that up at least for the next year. But then also, I mean, I don't want us to think short term about the decisions that we are making. We need to be thinking over the course of 5 years. We need to be thinking about, what comes after all of this. And I think it's easy for us to say, oh, great, like we can, rob Peter to pay Paul for next year, but that's just next year. And then we're still here the year after that and the year after that. And so I'll hear from my fellow commissioners, but as I'm looking at this, I am prioritizing just overall stability and making sure our revenues hit our expenses. And then I'm really happy to see staff. I've been pressing staff about, is there some way to shore up the 5 and the 8? And I'm really glad UF came to the table and wanted to have those conversations. We can now have conversations about the other 2 routes as well. So I think we're on a precipice here, but I'm just encouraging everyone to think, 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road on this as well. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just because it's on our slides and we're in all this scenario budgets, absorbing the GRU cost allocation study, or what GRU should be paying for the services the people who did the study think they're receiving. We talked about a lot of the different charters. I'm going to hand this out to all commissioners, and then in this way, and so the clerk has.
I'm glad we could get a little more paper.
Yeah, I know. Not just staff can hand out papers, so can commissioners. But this is about city clerk, because as identified, the city clerk there's no position reduction so far in our scenarios. This just gives a list of, I believe, some of the biggest cities. I asked the clerk to prepare this just so I could roughly understand. Sometimes we forget everything the clerk does and how it fits into the city. But to compare to other cities, the percentage of the general fund of FY25, we're talking about 0.79% for Gainesville. The city with, the other big state university in Florida, Tallahassee, 0.94. So we do city clerk work with a smaller percentage of the budget than Tallahassee. And similar sized cities might be Palm Bay at 0.89%, Hollywood, though, at 0.43%. All of them do slightly different work. But I wanted to provide this as a bit of information about how other cities look.
Thank you.
So the big cities like Miami or Tampa, they probably use a smaller percentage on clerk because, they're just big cities, but budgets sometimes work that way. where it's a smaller and smaller percentage, but I wanted to provide that as some sort of reference to understand where it fits in. Because I was, long-term, when we've talked about all of our charter offices, I've been interested in knowing kind of what other cities do, because if some of those are real basic functions, and I don't want to starve individual charters under the level that really lets them do their work compared to other cities. Because every city needs a city attorney, every city needs some version of a clerk, every city needs some version of an auditor. And so I just wanted to make sure to provide that at least for the city clerk stuff. Before we get too deep into, nationwide consumer price index inflation is 2.7% right now. Core is 3.0. So when I always like to mention this as we look at any of the things we're looking at that it grows individual budgets or all funds budget or revenues and expenditures. So that's where we're at. Core CPI this month for a year is 3.0. Larger CPI is 2.7 nationwide. Commissioner Eastman, I appreciate the kind of long-term look. And that's, but I still like the idea of spending some into those budget stabilization, because otherwise that money's always going to be there, just sitting there. And just to be clear, we set our minimum. There's a bare minimum set by the state, I believe. No, it's not. We have the bare minimum, we have the minimum, and then we have the maximum. And we could have rewritten that to say that anything over that maximum does go somewhere, right? Like direct it. But it's been building up for some years. And I do feel like this is partially the scenario where we would use some of it. So I support that, but I also don't want to do a 50% reduction to fleet. That one seems way too much of a, putting the money aside for future fleet, because then we will have to catch up. I don't know if it's necessarily delayed right now, and maybe, Madam Manager, this is a good question. On the fleet side, is that delayed maintenance and upkeep and new purchases currently, or it's just that probably in a future year when it comes time, we would need to kind of fill that hole in? Okay, combination of both, okay. But part of it is, so just so I get clear, part of it is a saving ahead that we do traditionally.
So the fleet fixed payments are, so we buy a car today, we know it'll cost $60,000 to replace that car in 5 years. We divide that $60,000 by 5, and those $10,000 that we put away to be able to buy that car 5 years from now is what we're reducing. So we're not saving what we need to save in order to replace that vehicle in 5 years. It'll take longer.
So that's part of the long term. So
Right.
part of it's long term, part of it's obviously every year we have to do some work and some purchases. Just wanted to understand that. All right, that's all I have for right now. Thanks, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Commissioner Engel.
I take Commissioner Eastman's point that we need to look at this, because there's definitely, if we continue on this path without some adjustment, we're going to be running into trouble in a year or two, real trouble. And we will have used up whatever cushion we've got. So I think it makes sense to look at kind of a several across the board ways to balance this budget. I'm a fan of scenario 2. I've passed out earlier kind of my take on scenario 2, which is a little bit of a tax increase, a little bit of budget reduction, and a little bit of using fund balance. It kind of puts that all together. It's the first time I've sat through one of these things, so I don't know if it's appropriate for me to kind of go through this whole proposal right now, or let everybody read it and then talk about it later, or how would I best handle this?
So what I'm moving for is we go around, give everybody one opportunity to talk, and then go to the people, and then come back and hash it out. So however you want to use that opportunity.
Well, let me say that I've got this with several areas I think that we can look at cutting in without taking drastic cuts to a lot of the city. I'm hesitant to make big cuts and systematic changes when we've got as big a question mark as GRU hanging out there. Something is going to happen, and we're going to get an answer on that sometime in the next year. I'd like it to be sooner than that. I'd like there to be an election in November, and then GRU authority recognize the results of that election, and everything would be great, but I find that probably unlikely, and it's probably going to drag out into next year. But I think by next year, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Attorney, we should have some final-ish answer on GRU and the GRU authority and what that's gonna happen sometime next year, ideally, correct?
Mr. Mayor, I would expect the current appeal to run its course by late spring, early summer of next year, but as you know, the legislature meets every year.
Sure. So at least on this point, we should have some kind of answer unless there's some other stuff coming. So, as I said, I hate to make really deep cuts in things that are hard to repair or hard to step back into, knowing that we may have a much different looking budget in a year or two. So if we end up cutting a lot of these positions of long-time employees, those aren't people you can just go out and hire back. So I said I want to be careful with that, but I think we do need to look at the direction we're going and make sure that we're being responsible, not just for this budget, but for the budget years out for the next 5 years. That's all I got for now, and then once we get back to really hashing this over, I'll kind of go over all my points on this particular budget proposal.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, Commissioner Engel, I would like to take some of your recommendations and pull them into what I want to say now. So, I am supportive of scenario 1 because I think it keeps us stable without going out and freezing salaries, taking out a lot of positions. And all of the charter officers have participated in making some, have some skin in the game, if you will, in terms of helping to balance the budget. Now, my concern, though, with the clerk's office is that GRU defunded, unfunded all of the charter officers, and they've all had to make some contribution to the general fund to make up for that. So I would like for the clerk to look at something that she can do to help us to offset the budget here. I would be interested in taking from the Budget Stabilization Fund to fund the funding for RTS. I'm particularly interested in Route 15. I think that serves a lot of city folk who are going to work, and we'll be able to reduce the time from 90 minutes, the headway from 90 minutes down to 35. I think that is very important. In looking at the budget long-term, though, if we don't take action now, I think if we move from scenario 1 and we look at it, what is this, 5 years out. 5 years out, we were looking at a budget deficit of 3.3 million. However, scenario 2 and 3 would both give us a budget deficit of about 10 million we would be looking at trying to fill. I would like to take from Commissioner Engel's recommendations that he's made that we continue to freeze the 9 officer openings. I think we have been filling the openings each budget. So I'm concerned that in filling those positions, that we still have so much overtime that's necessary. That is concerning. They're recommending a downtown unit. While downtown is important, the whole city is important. So we put the ambassadors downtown. I think that has helped a lot to curb crime, I believe. So I would look at reducing that unit down to 7 officers as he has recommended here. And that's where I am at this point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner, I'm going to skip you for the moment, Commissioner Eastman, and go to Commissioner Book.
Next.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you. There's some real complex information here, and if you were to look, for those in the gala, if you were to look up here, there's papers and computers and everything everywhere as we're looking at a tremendous amount of options that the city manager has led as far as charge for what we do. So I appreciate that, Madam Manager, and to the city staff and the charters. Very important, so that all the options are laid out on the table. So I'm going to look at a couple of my notes. First of all, I would think the fact that we have the four options is terrific, but based on the fact that there's 7 of us here, I suspect we're going to have something that's in between all of those four options. It's not going to be exactly down the road. I do agree with you, Commissioner Eastman, that long-term stability is a goal. I was trying to think as I went through the options, what are the other goals of what we're up here? So this was just for me. It was minimize the impacts to taxpayers, obviously balance our budget, and that's going to involve reduce of expenditures, preserve the workforce that we have. We've already reduced it by essentially 130 positions. So our line positions from 2023 to now has decreased. That's long-term stability. And then the other long-term stability and the goal, the fourth one was to provide support to some of our external partners, but at a lower level. If we're reducing people and programs and services, we have to reduce our support to the external organizations. But we also have to recognize, I think, that some of them are doing the work that we're going to have to do if we reduce them. So like when we talk about homelessness and services, if we reduce that to some extremely minuscule level, we're going to end up picking up those services in other ways and demands on the city. So there's a real balancing. But those are my 4 goals: minimize the impact, balance the budget, preserve the workforce, and provide support to our organizations. And that includes RTS for those, because that's providing support to the people to get to where they need to be. And I do think we can do all that. And we will have at least 2 more difficult budget years coming forward, no matter what happens. That's just looking at the 5-year projection. I was interested, Mr. Mayor, was there any other route, number one, to have everything in front of us as we kind of figure out how you cobble together a budget? Was there any other routes that were of concern to people in the audience? That's the first thing. I think we need to know that now. And is there any other city staff, madam manager, or charters that wanted to weigh in on these to help inform what we go forward? So that's really my 2. One is, Mr. Mayor, maybe you'd allow, is there anybody else speaking up to any other particular RTS routes? But secondly, would be if any of our leaders have city staff or the charters want to speak, we need that. And we need that before we start moving forward on numbers. That's just my opinion. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Buck.
Mr. Mayor, if it's appropriate for me to
go ahead.
respond to Commissioner Book, at the appropriate time, when we start really digging into the options and we start talking public safety, I know that the police chief, Nelson Moya, is here, and he and I have talked about this, and he definitely needs to weigh in so that we can fully understand the impact of service reductions.
Very good. Okay, thank you. So I've got some comments, Commissioner Eastman, and then I don't see any other lights, and then we will go hear from you all, and then we'll come back up here and have a lot more to discuss. I'll give you just some thoughts on where I am on this. Yes, we are going to continue to have difficult choices going forward in budget years. But I'll remind everybody that we always do, and we always should. It should never be easy. If it's easy, I don't even know what that world would be like. So, okay. Well, let's hope for the best at some point. But I every year that I've been involved in this process, it has been difficult because you should always be kind of on the edge between, are we bringing in enough revenue? Or are we all as a community paying enough for the services that we have said that we want? And if not, then we have to make hard choices about how to get more revenue in, or how to go back to the community and say, I know you want this service, but you don't want to pay for it, and we can't create money out of nowhere. So that is the challenge up here every single year, and not only to us, but to 411 other cities and 67 counties and the legislature. I mean, that's the reality of this job. It's always going to be a challenge. I lean toward a combination of scenario 2 from a revenue perspective and scenario 3 with some important changes. Let me say also, I don't want to, if we can at all avoid it, I don't want to get into cutting the overtime hours because I think we're going to end up paying for those overtime hours regardless. And I'd rather be honest about it going in. In scenario 3, the things that I don't want to do, I don't want to unfreeze, or I don't want to freeze rather the the 9 police positions. I would like to fund police going forward as much as we can to a level and then say, this is our level. And the reason I want to do that is because everybody has an idea about additional services they would like from GPD. I hear that consistently, and I'm always surprised by some of the folks who say, I want this extra service from GPD, whether it's downtown, whether it is controlling roving crowds on Friday evenings or whatever, and a variety of other things. There's always an additional demand that somebody calls me and says, hey, things are great, really like this, but I need GPD to do this. Well, that costs money, and it costs more people. So if we're serious about meeting those needs, then I don't want to freeze those 9 positions. I don't want to cut the outside agencies because, as Commissioner Book pointed out, you cut we have essentially outsourced homeless services from the city of Gainesville to Grace Marketplace. That's what we've done over the years. If we cut that, we are going to see more folks sleeping downtown and in other places, putting tents up in a variety of places. Those people don't disappear because we stopped paying for services. So we need to be aware of that and continue to fund those outside agencies. I definitely want to fund the 4 RTS routes that we've discussed here. That takes us, those 3 things I just mentioned is 2.970817, so $3 million, which is almost exactly what raising a $250,000 brings in. So that's kind of where my head is on these. Also, structurally, looking forward, if we don't get additional money coming in from GRU, and there are a lot of ways that could happen and should happen structurally, at some point in the future, we're going to raise taxes. Whether, half this commission changes seats next year or whatever, whoever is sitting here in 1 or 2 or 3 years, there's going to be an increase because the world gets more expensive. The city government is not immune to inflation. That's a real thing. So we need to be aware that is likely, no matter what folks say about it. If we're talking about what amounts to $5 to $10 per month per homeowner, including homeowners like me, I don't think that's a bad trade-off. I'm sure I'll be pilloried for that and on social media right now, but what we're talking about is a $5 to $10 a month increase. That's what we're considering here, maybe even less, to get some pretty great services or to maintain some pretty great services. We're not adding anything. We're trying to keep things as whole as possible. So those are just some of my thoughts as we move forward. We will need to get to some kind of agreements today to direct staff what to do next. And that's why I'm asking for another meeting, because they're going to need to come back to us and say, here's what we think you said. Is this in fact what you said? Before we take it to an ordinance. That's probably where we move forward from here. I am 1 out of 7 votes, and I'm confident that we can get to balance today because we have every year prior to this, so we can do it. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would love to be able to circle in on some of the specifics on it, because I find it hard when there's 7 of us and then I'm talking about a little bit over here and then they're talking a little bit over there. And I do think that it's really important. I mean, these are all of their budgets. We've talked about police, fire, RTS. These are, and I would love to find a little more structure to all of this, because I think I would like to jump into the discussions of police since you touched on it. I think that it's really hard to have this conversation without talking about our police budgets. Just to the elephant in the room here is that most of our city, our non-public safety, has been cut by I just have these numbers up here. Apologies. About $8.5 million. Police is gone up by about $2.5 million. It's a $5 million increase again next year. If we're talking about overtime, if we're talking about freezing positions, that has a that is a cost savings. That is not a long-term cost savings, but it's short-term cost savings. So is overtime. That is a short-term cost savings. And I have been, and I know there's been a lot of discussion internally about how do we continue to support our public safety and our police? Well, at the same time, I mean, when you look at our budget deficits going forward, that's also primarily driven by an increase in police budget. So nearly all of our budget deficits now are police and fire, and everything going forward is roughly police and fire. And so I've been really focused on those budgets while trying to also maintain, prioritizing our public safety. So I would like to actually to just jump into police budgets, because I think at some point we have to have, if we're prioritizing all of these things, both overtime and, FTEs and all the rest of it, we're going to have, we have to figure out something with this. This is where our deficits are, and this is where they're going. Can we have Chief Moya come up and kind of talk through his thoughts?
And let me just put one more thing out here. You're not wrong. Whatever your opinion is about any of this, you're not wrong. The reality is that we have to come up with a recommendation to staff today, and there are a ton of moving parts. But whatever you think is the most important thing, even if everybody else disagrees with you, you're not wrong, because there are a million ways to approach this. And I should have said that right off the bat. But so when we say, I disagree, I don't think we're going to do that, I don't vote for that, it doesn't mean you're wrong. It just means that we have to get a consensus today. We have to get to 5 votes on what we have moving forward. Come on up, Chief Moya.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Nelson Moya, Chief of Police. Okay, how do we begin? You want to do a Q&A? You want me to give you a narrative?
Chief Moore?
Just give us your
Give us your
Get
narrative.
to the point.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, get to the point is a good start. But you have a chart that you're going to share?
It's actually the same chart that
Is in the
Commissioner Eastman
handout?
got. Yes.
So I want to make sure that the commissioners have that before you start to talk.
Yeah, give us a heads up on what that is, because I'm not. Oh,
It
there we go.
is
It's on the way up.
a-
Okay, here we go.
It is a chart that shows, I think, the growth in sworn officers over
That's
the
correct.
last 4 or 5 years.
Gotcha.
So we can see how that's moved along.
Perfect.
Is that the handout that we have? Okay.
May I ask something?
Yes,
And Madam Manager, if there are other department heads that have additional handouts that they provide to one commissioner,
absolutely. That's why.
would you ask them to provide it to all of us?
Absolutely.
Prior to the meeting?
And Commissioner Chestnut, you're absolutely correct, and that's why we are holding these, we've been holding a lot of them so that we are giving them out to everybody as opposed to giving them out to just one commissioner.
Thank you.
And if I could just jump in, I've been asking for this for a little while now, and I think it goes probably to your point, which is that we had a staffing shortage during the pandemic for police officers. I was curious where we stood in terms of filled police positions, with the hope that maybe we were so overstaffed that this would be an easy decision. And in fact, if you look at this, it is not an easy decision. And but I can let you take it away, Chief Moore. Yeah.
Okay, let me start by speaking to the top left. That speaks of the allocated sworn staffing level. So as you can see, from 2020, at a total of 289, we've only decreased. Now, the number of decrease has been nominal, where we sit today at an allocated FTE count of 280. Now, as a side note, our cost for service has ebbed and flowed steadily, but it is rising. So for example, in year 2020, just over 98,000 calls for service in total, 21, 105,000, 22, 95,000, and now here we see a pattern, 23, 96,000, 24, 107,000, and currently our projection of calls for service in total sit just over 104,000. So that's just an FYI in terms of workload in totality in calls for service. And as you look at, as you stated, the vacant positions, that has also ebbed and flowed with a spike in 2023 where we are at a highest rate of vacancy. Now, as you know, we've recovered from that, but that recovery only brings us to the basic service level. Now, as you know, in public safety, especially in policing, we get hit with emergencies left and right, and some of them are foreseen, some of them unforeseen. as I've told this commission before, for us, the big one that has been extremely impactful is the happenings downtown. As I've stated, and I can go into that if you'd like, because it paints a picture. Our downtown is doing well, it's thriving. We want our businesses to do well. It is the epicenter of our city. And the fallout of it brings about some public safety challenges. In large part, the crowds that come into our city to patronize the area, and sometimes not to patronize the area, but to hang out and cause chaos. Sometimes that is foreseen based on special events that we know about. Sometimes they're not, and sometimes they're popped up. Now, what we've gotten good at is barely hanging on. What we've gotten good at is our patrol squads, especially our midnight shifts, is bringing every resource that they have. So let me paint this picture. And any weekend, on a great night, we have perhaps 17, 18 police officers if we're lucky. What happens is, if we start seeing something downtown, all of those police officers are drawn in from every quadrant of the city into downtown. Now, what that immediately does, it vacates everywhere else. So now all our other quadrants are now not patrolled. Their response for calls for service, if something would happen there, now is impacted greatly. Now, as we bring these resources into the city, into the middle of the city, or downtown, it depends on the timing. If we are unable to head it off because we can't put our resources in places that we know result in pop-ups because of calls for service, because of emergency calls for service, it is just a free-for-all. Our folks have gotten accustomed to doing what they can with what they have. And, I've been accepting of that. But far too many times now, twice that I know of, since I've been here on body camera footage, where our folks are walking, patrolling in crowds, and then a shooting happens in front of them. I assure you that is troubling and should be troubling for all of us, especially given our quest to reduce gun violence. And now, from a police chief's perspective, now I'm truly concerned about the safety and well-being of my staff that I already know is outnumbered, that I already know on a great night is 18 for the entire city. So what do, right? And it's all reciprocal. So staffing is an issue, and as we see this downtown issue becoming more and more problematic for us to sustain, now I'm bringing people in overtime. Why? Because I know that creates a footprint. They're not allowed to leave. And what does that do? Now it rises our overtime budget, right? So one way or another, I'm constantly juggling, constantly in deficit. But what I'm telling this commission is that if I don't create a footprint downtown, God forbid, but we are on borrowed time for something to happen to one of mine. And that I can't stand for. So that is just one narrative as it relates to downtown alone, right? In terms of our patrol staffing numbers and overtime, here's the impact. We have 16 zones in our city. 16 police officers is our minimum staffing number, right? On the weekends, because of potential issues and because it's a weekend, a lot of activity, we raise that by just one. So 17 police officers on a Friday and on a Saturday and on a Sunday. Now, between sick call-outs, people out on short-term disability because they got injured on the job, vacation time, which people are entitled to, what typically comes to the table is right at that bare minimum. And then there's a couple of people that call out sick, we're already in deficit. So now we're calling people in on overtime. Now, and I may jump around, bear with me, I'm going somewhere with this. Now, as you know, the overtime number we've reduced greatly by 50% compared to this time last year because of better management. And I'm thankful to our staff for doing so. And lots of sacrifice. But we still find ourselves in a position where we have to call people in overtime because we are below minimum staffing. Now, the reduction or further reduction, and as I've told my city manager, as I've told you, what we forecast, the overtime that we requested for this year's coming budget is, I assure you, based on a complete due diligence of that is my bare minimum that I need. If I were to say, if you were to tell me, okay, you asked for 1.7 and you're going to get 900 or 1.3, my answer would be, okay, I can't guarantee what calls we get. I don't know what critical incidents we've had to sort through. In the last couple of months, we've had at least 2 hostage situations. We've had to assist the sheriff's office in an incident that happened downtown, between downtown and midtown, not long ago. These are not forecasted. These are not foreseen. And before you know it, boom, it raises those allocations, those overtime allocations tremendously. I can't help those. What I can help is the better management of our schedules. What I can help is to create a schedule and present to you a schedule that provides our best opportunity to deploy our resources adequately. I've done that. We've done that. That's just 2 snapshots of downtown and overtime at its bare minimum. But again, you dictate policy. If I were to be told to reduce overtime more than I forecast already, I'm telling you that's going to be very difficult for me to do. Very difficult for me to do. The only thing I can do is rely on city management at the end of the year to probably roll up whatever is left in savings to pay for that.
Which is how this worked historically.
Correct.
Right. Okay. So it's, I mean, and we've had this conversation before. I mean, what I'm constantly balancing out with the police budgets in particular is, on one hand, the staffing has not significantly changed. I mean, I'm glad that you sent this over, because I think this proves your point. At the same time, there's been with this budget approval, there's been about a 20% increase in the overall, 19.02, let me be more accurate, 19% increase since 2023, while the rest of the city has seen a reduction in the total amount. And I'm trying to, and it's just this constant balance of saying, well, as we're looking at budget deficits, how do we fix this? And no one wants to touch public safety, but we're also, one city dealing with, with a crisis at the same time.
Yes, sir. And obviously, all I can do is give you the facts, right? You all have to make those tough decisions. But here's a fact. The fact is, up until recently, when this commission approved the rate increases of pay for our police officers, which were drastically low, and brought us to a competitive salary, which, by the way, we've already been leapfrogged by another agency here, already. Up until then, we were in a staffing crisis. That salary adjustment brought us just to a point of stabilization. Now, a good chunk of what you see in increases in our budget is that personnel cost allocation, that now increased demand, right? It's not encumbered on anything that we've done in terms of gadgets or wants. The increases in terms of our equipment, their needs. For example, you got body cameras, you got tasers, things that in our industry, they're musts for us. I don't think any of us would disagree that they're, hey, it'd be nice to have this. These are musts. So a lot of what you see in terms of our increases is based on contractual obligations, not stuff that we just, put together and hope to get.
No, I think the police department's been very, very good with this budget, and I think historically has been. All right, well, that's all I have for now, Mr. Mayor. I can sort of
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. And I would also note that what we haven't talked about at all is that the city of Gainesville has about 13 to 15,000 more people in it than it did 5 years ago as well. Commissioner Engel, and then we're going to go out to the public, I swear.
Yeah.
Oh, just since I had the chief up here, I figured I'd go ahead and ask a couple of my police budget questions. So the 2 things I really looked at as far as the police budget in 26 versus 25. And one of them was we've got 9 positions frozen for patrolmen now. Unfreezing those positions and moving forward is going to cost the city about $1.5 million. As it stands, according to I've not had time to dig through the August record, but looking at the July 2nd vacancies report, I've got 28 sworn officers. The positions are vacant. 23 patrolmen, 3 corporals, 2 sergeants. Of those 28 vacancies, about half of them have been vacant since at least 2024, some of them going all the way back to 2022. So even without unfreezing these positions, just by hiring the positions we have open now, with no impact on our budget, we can increase the size of our force by 28 officers. because those are vacancies that we have now that people could step into, currently not filled. The actual people on the street would increase by up to 28 people.
So let me break this down, because I hear what you're saying. So we have 29 total vacancies, not including, well, that's okay. It'll make sense to you.
Sure, sure. Yeah.
It'll make sense. Not including 9 that are frozen, right? Out of those 29, 6 are actually supervisory positions that we need to fill at some point. Not the priority, although one can argue that. 23 of those are police officer positions, right? So you have those 23. You already have people that are in the pipeline. They're either in the academy, they're about to start the mini academy, which is a process after the regular academy.
Sure.
And of course, you have those that are already in field training. But those folks won't be ready for months. So just because we are on our path to recovery, that just means that we're beginning to actually get people into the door. It doesn't mean they're ready to serve. That readiness won't take place till February of next year. Here's what it translates to. Here's what some of this translates to. Our staffing levels in patrol currently still put us at a deficit. So we have ideally, I think the last time I checked recently, was 94 police officers. Our goal to get to where we need to be, where I would tell this commission, I'm comfortable with the amount of police officers on patrol, which is 27, by the way, 27 patrol officers, not counting supervision, which on a good day puts us at 22, 21, much better than we have now. That's 108 police officers. That's 108 police officers. By the time that the folks that are in the pipeline already come out, presuming that there's a 100% success rate for training, because remember, there's usually a 10% that don't unfortunately make it through the program. 14 of those positions are already going to patrol to bring them right back up to 108. Just as a caveat, this commission should know that at some point, not too long ago, I don't know the exact year, patrol was staffed at 125. I'm asking for 108. So now that's just patrol. Then you have the slew of the other units that we've talked about. Recently, the last quarterly reports and the one you're about to get will continue to paint a picture of what those cases in our investigations unit. I've told you all the dozens of cases that are held by each detective. I've told you all the hundreds of cases that come in that are fraud related that we can't touch. We triage that and barely hang on. We're not even remotely touching their deficit. In the Detective Bureau alone, that deficit sits around 14. 14. But I'm not even touching them until I get patrol fully staffed. Now my numbers start dwindling. Now those overages that you see now are already spoken for. Let's talk about traffic. Let's talk about traffic. One of our 3 main priorities: gun violence, our engagements with the houseless population, and traffic, to reduce traffic accidents. I still currently sit at 4 traffic police officers. 4. For a city of our size and growing, 4. Now, I've begged our patrol staff to step it up. They've done so. That'll continue. But at the end of the day, those 4 traffic officers, they're not often out on our roadways. They're catching up on caseloads of traffic homicides or traffic homicide investigations where someone gets seriously hurt. So it's all stressed. It's all taxed. The numbers, including the 9 frozen one, give us that opportunity to just get back to where we should. I assure you that if I give you a study of once that happened, I would already come to you with a need for more. But that's not what's on the table. What's on the table is barely going back to where we once were. And why? Well, we have units that are dilapidated, that have been for 2.5 years. And let me throw this in there. Look at our crime numbers. Look at the work of the men and women of our agency, sworn and civilian. Look at the numbers and what they speak of. I don't know how long I can hold that, right? Because the minute that people get stressed, morale takes a hit. I got another agency that just passed me in pay. It's just a matter of time before another one passes me in pay. Now I got to worry about that. I'm constantly playing this this game of whack-a-mole when it comes to staffing, when it comes to budgets. And I understand it, The ask is for us just to go back to where we once were. We're not even where we were in 2020 in terms of our allocated numbers. I'm just asking to go back to what we're allowed to have. And I'll show you exactly where they go. Patrol, traffic, investigations. Currently, I have 4 openings in school resources. I got 4 schools that I don't have a permanent officer in. By statute, I must have one in. So what do? Overtime. Here we go. Here comes that vicious cycle. One affects the other. Now I have to post overtime to get schools filled.
I'm sorry, you mean you don't have the positions, or you don't have those positions
They're vacated.
filled?
They're retired.
Gotcha.
And I can't go to patrol and go, nope, give me more, because they are at their bare minimum. I can't go there. I already told you, whatever I get goes to patrol. So whatever, I can't even put that in schools right now. Why? Because I don't have the staffing. Yet, the pipeline that'll feed the people that are in the pipeline will give us some relief, just to give us wiggle room. The rest, including the 9 that are frozen, will give us the opportunity to fund all of it, fill all of it.
My other question was, we're looking at the downtown unit.
Yes, sir.
Ideally, you had asked for, or it was proposed, I don't know if it came from you or where it originated. Originally, we were looking at 10 officers, and they had showed a budget savings of $225,000 if we only allocated 7 officers to that. I just want to make sure I understood where that budget savings was coming from. So it's not 3 less officers on the force. That would be 3 officers that were available out and around, not dedicated to downtown, so they would be reducing overtime or something along those lines. And that is the difference in those 2 budget numbers, is that correct?
Yes, to some degree. So downtown is a whole different discussion.
Sure.
Because there are many agencies, many cities that fund downtown through its own redevelopment district. Whether that's an option here or not remains to be discussed. In this city, based on my assessment, and where we have been, we've had this downtown unit concept before because it was needed years ago. It went away. Why? Because of staffing. We had horses, we had people working day and night, and then it went away. And I just painted a picture of what happens when that goes away in a thriving downtown area with a mega university right next to it. As I face the pressures of those parents, keeping those students safe, right? Not only us, Santa Fe, UF, Alachua County Sheriff's Office, we all face the same pressures. So here we are now. Do I now take my allotted staffing number, which is what I'm trying to do at the bare minimum, and create a footprint that to me is no less than 10? And the reason why is because you have obligations in downtown, because downtown is different between the daytime and the nighttime. You have 2 totally different types of establishments, of patrons, and we have to be cognizant of that. A houseless population that we have to continue to contend with downtown in terms of service, in terms of House Bill 1365 and the mandates it puts on us. And so for us, the daytime and nighttime equates to 10 officers. Now, currently, what's being done to fill it, as I stated earlier, overtime. We currently fill anywhere between 4 to 6. If we have an event, maybe 8. And that, thankfully, because we track it, gives us the opportunity to engage with patrons, to lay out the rules of the night, because we have a sip and stroll district, right? So we have open container issues that come into play. We engage with the businesses as well. Come the middle of the night, we start giving warnings, maybe a citation or 2 for those violations. And then towards the end of the night, come bar closing, here it comes. It may happen or it may not. Here comes the influx of crowds from wherever it's happening somewhere else, either in the county or out of our county. And they're coming. And now we have to rush to put people in intersections, at parking lots, parking lot 13 to be specific, so we prevent things from happening. I can't do it unless I have a dedicated, permanent footprint.
So, just so I understand then, the difference in price between the 7-officer unit downtown and the 10-officer unit downtown, because again, like, we're talking about the same overall amount of officers. Just whether or not 10 or 7 of them would be dedicated to downtown. That cost savings, that $225,000, would come from those 3 of their officers being available to relieve overtime, to catch other incidents and not just be dedicated to downtown. Is that?
Yeah, if it all comes within our budget, right, of course. If we agree that it is 7, then the other 3 or the value of the 3 have to put elsewhere. Patrol would probably be it.
Okay, thank you. Good. That's all I got. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Book, do you want to tag on to this, or, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm very interested, Mr. Mayor, in hearing additional information. We all have expertise in various areas. On the law enforcement and institutional knowledge fact, which might help, is this particular chart that's been given to us up here takes staffing back to 2020, but in 2011, the Gainesville Police Department had about 300 allocated positions, 300 FTEs in 2011, and we're looking at 280 in 2025. I don't know what the population increase is. That's what you were alluding to, Mr. Mayor. And at the time, there was a downtown unit, a mounted unit, and a joint aviation unit with the sheriff's office. So I just offer that as a fact that relates to when you go back from that relates to institutional knowledge and allocated strength for a police department with a much smaller city. Thank you.
Commissioner, thank you. And the Major just informed me, in 2017, we were at 311.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Chief Moya. I just have a quick question for now. How is the University Police Department assisting us in policing downtown?
We have a good relationship and one that is getting stronger. Some things that we're working on as of late has been a narrative that was created in part by the parents of UF students that spoke of public safety in general, and not only in campus, the border of campus, and in our city. And because what happens in the campus affects greatly what happens in the city and vice versa, we all came to the table. And some of the initiatives that we're trying to work on is that houseless engagement. Because we and the chief knows this, there's a 1,000-foot area that they can come out of the walls of the university to try to do enforcement. And I'm working with him to try to find ways to maximize that opportunity for us both to do that. We're scheduled to do a walk here coming up in the next week or so at the UPNA neighborhood because of the challenges that they face, particularly during season when a large overflow of students come into that neighborhood. And the chief and his staff are committed to help us with that as well. So it's a work in progress, getting better.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. I'm interested in hearing about that conversation, and hopefully you could have it before our next budget conversation, because if it could have an impact on the decisions that we're having to make, if there is some way that what they're able to do is able to fill a gap or, help into minimizing what it is that we're having to deal with financially, I would hope that would be the case. So I'll conclude for now, but thank you for that. I think I'm going to have a couple more questions in a bit.
Thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker. Commissioner Chestnut.
To follow up on that same train of assistance, is the Sheriff's Department of any assistance to you? Could they be of assistance to you downtown?
Sure. And
We
they
are a
have-
city within the county.
Yes, ma'am. And they have been whenever we call them, right? We have a mutual aid agreement. We go help them just as much as they help us. But we have jurisdiction. So he's got his assignments, he's got his zones. The city is, we're our own charter. So for example, if they were to staff, if I needed help downtown, I obviously can't tell the sheriff how he would do that, whether he would do that based on his regular scheduled officers on duty or whether he would need to also invoke his overtime. But we would get some help.
Well, I think if you consider yourself in a crisis state, maybe we need to look at mutual aid, seeing where they could help us out. That would be one. Now, what did you say happened? I remember the mounted horse unit downtown. What happened with that? What did you say?
I can speak to, actually ask the major to come up and speak of that because she rode a horse.
Mr. Book may know.
So.
I do, but here.
Okay.
Talk about the mountain.
So in
Major.
2018, we were, as staffing levels went down, Commissioner, what ended up happening was the decision was made to disband the mounted unit and to deploy those officers back to the patrol division. We were starting to look at the numbers and the trends dropping, and at one point we had more than 50 vacancies, and actually I think it was up to 57. And so in order to provide the excellent customer service that we have at the city of Gainesville, we disbanded that unit. It was mostly funded off of forfeiture funds. Actually, the entire budget was forfeiture funds in order to run it, and not so much financially as a decision, but as a staffing decision.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. I'm going to ask that we not push any more buttons for the moment until we hear from the public, because I've been promising that for a while and it hasn't been true yet. And then we'll come back up here and we'll have much more discussion, and we'll be here as long as we need to be. For the public, I would let you know, if you haven't done this before, the way this works is you fill out a card over here, turn it into the clerk's office so that we know who's next. And when your name is called, come on up. You have 3 minutes to talk about whatever about the budget you want to talk about. We have a little light system up there. If the light is green, it means you've got plenty of time to talk. The light turns yellow, start winding down, please. Because when the light turns red, I'm going to start having to ask you to please stop talking. So kind of self-police yourself on that one. And I would suggest to you that you haven't heard anybody up here not support the additional RTS routes. So keep that in mind as you make comments. With all that said, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, just to let you know, we do have at least one person on the outside of the auditorium signed up to speak, so we'll just ask folk, security, we'll just let them in when they're called.
Right, very good.
Okay, so we have Grant Harrell, followed by Eric Papaya and Claire Carter. Mr. Harrell? All right. Thank you. Eric Papaya, followed by Claire Carter, and then Harrison Scoville.
Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, good afternoon. First, my name is Eric Papaya. I am the Director of Faith Mission, which is a campus of Trinity United Methodist Church. It's located on the east side of Gainesville. So first of all, I just want to say I appreciate the difficult task you have before you with the budget. I appreciate hearing all of the thought you're giving into it. At Faith Mission, what we do is we work in the community in East Gainesville to connect people who are needing resources to the resources that are available. And so because of our proximity to Grace Marketplace, we often receive a lot of folks who are homeless or freshly homeless or experiencing some kind of crisis. They show up on our doorstep looking for any kind of resource that they can have. We are not at Faith Mission qualified or certified to help these folks. And so we often turn to the resources that the city has. One of those resources is Gainesville Fire Rescue's CRP program. And so I just wanted to come and just continue to offer the support for what that program does. When we receive someone that we are not able to help for various reasons, we give GFR a call, and they are always at our doorstep immediately with qualified folks able to assist us and get these folks placed with the appropriate resources. And so I simply want to affirm that, like you said, Mr. Mayor, if we cut these resources, we will have to resort to using emergency resources and tying up emergency funds to help these folks. And so just to continue to consider these vital programs and how they are able to connect folks with resources they need. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Claire Carter, followed by Harrison Scoville and Laura Geyer.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Reverend Claire Carter, and I am the coach of Circles Gainesville. We are an anti-poverty initiative, and our goal is to help families move out of poverty permanently. We do that by having regular weekly meetings when people make an 18-month minimum commitment to us to try and work their way out of poverty. So I'm speaking today on behalf of those families, many of whom are single income families, most of whom are single mother families. So we're really in favor of supporting all the wonderful work that we received in partnership from Gainesville Fire Rescue through their Community Resource Paramedicine program. These single-income families often encounter medical crises that need expert help navigating, but they are not crises at the level of showing up at an ER. They're also not crises that can wait long enough to get to your primary care physician. They might be something like a baby with a very high fever, but maybe no other symptoms, which could make any parent really nervous, right? Or they may be something like managing a chronic illness like diabetes, high blood pressure, lupus. So when we call CRP to help with these families, a couple of things happen. One is that they get expert care, really good expert care, in person at their home or at our campus. That means that they don't call on emergency services to show up and provide maybe police respond, maybe an ambulance responds. CRP with their skill set shows up. It also prevents them from showing up at a hospital and taking up a spot of someone who's got a much more severe issue that needs to be handled. But what it also does, it means that the parent won't have to miss work to wait in line for their service to be provided. And that also, if you've got to go and be waiting for a long time, you might need to take kids out of school. So providing these services in the locations where they're needed means that parents can stay at work more, kids can stay in school more, and our emergency services are not taxed as heavily. So we experience this regularly, provided by the city. But even this morning, got to work with CRP and help a family that is experiencing a crisis, but not at the level that we need to involve law enforcement or a hospital. And so this in-between service is really helpful to our community. Not only that, these folks that work, they provide essential services in many areas of our city. They work in hospitals, nursing homes, and child care providers. So if they stay out sick, or they stay out in order to seek a service somewhere else, those services are also impacted. That could be anything from environmental services in a hospital to CNAs at a hospital or another healthcare provider to child care staff, right? And if child care providers are understaffed, that creates a problem for a wider number of people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Harrison Scoville, followed by Laura Geyer and Donald Shepard.
Welcome, Mr. Scoville. So before Harrison talks to us, I'll remind everybody that in none of the scenarios have we talked about cutting CRP. We tend to love CRP. So welcome, Mr. Scoville.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioners, my name is Harrison Scoville. I've been a long-time member of the RTS Advisory Board, so I just wanted to paint a picture of what happens and the kind of people that use RTS. In particular, I wanted to focus on the disabled population because I know so many of us have trouble getting to these meetings. And in particular, when it comes to the 5 and the 8, those are the routes that I used to get here today, to get to this meeting. So those routes include things like grocery stores and that we use every day. And if you cut the routes to the point where you only have services every 90 minutes, and makes it very difficult to do things like grocery shopping. Or earlier this week, I was using the 43 to go to a regularly scheduled doctor's appointment that I had to go to during the day. So getting to those appointments on time with the reduced service during the summer is very stressful, trying to make sure that you can make a 10 o'clock appointment or whatever it may be. So that's what I wanted to do, is paint a picture of, for those of us that can't drive, we rely on the fixed route services through RTS for doing those daily living tasks and being productive members of society the best that we can. And any cuts in RTS would be extremely detrimental to the disabled community in particular. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Scoville.
Laura Geyer, followed by Donald Shepard and Brian Garcia Ramos.
Welcome, Ms. Geyer.
Good afternoon. Before I start, may I ask a question? CRP isn't on the agenda for discussion for elimination or reduction. Am I correct? Because I had prepared comments in support of the program.
So anything that we do, anything in our budget is potentially out there, but it's not one of the things in these scenarios.
So would it be better for me to save time and give it back to you instead of taking 3 minutes right now to
So
give information about CRP?
3 minutes is a limit. It is not an obligation.
I understood. Let me introduce myself. Thank you, all of you, for your time this afternoon. My name is Laura Geyer. I'm an associate professor, newly retired from the University of Florida College of Medicine. I'm the moderator of the Alachua County Safety Net Collaborative, and I'm also executive director of Partners for Health, which is a new organization established to work with health disparities locally and in North Central Florida. So together with colleagues, I am one of the founding mothers of CRP. And this program was established in our community to meet real needs. We used data from a 3-year period of time looking at the people who called 911 most often to use our services. And needless to say, what we discovered was that a very small number of people call 911 frequently. Dr. Harrell, my colleague, who had to leave early, left a few comments for me to also share with you. Something about CRP that I think is important to notice and that you might want to keep in mind as you make decisions about the money pie that we have and need to build here in the city of Gainesville is the fact that CRP helps us utilize the information we receive from 911 efficiently to best utilize and target the resources that we have, which are limited. So I'll stop at this point again to save time and thank you for your time and everything that you're doing to make Gainesville a healthy and happy place for all of us to live. Thank you.
Thank you.
Donald Shepard, followed by Brian Garcia Ramos and Dr. Bobby Murmur.
Hi there, I'm Donald Shepard, People's Representative. What I wanted to talk about was the budget, and I have other things to talk about. The budget is something that's being directed upon the different branches of our city government, our police department, our support systems. There's a woman up here, I was downstairs, I guess it was from GFR. I didn't agree with her statements of how she is looking out for the people. When we got people on the streets that are visible for them to take and be answering to the services, they can help some women that need help, the single women, but I'm not seeing a great support of this work being done. That way, we wouldn't have Grace Marketplace if we had people out there that say that they're going to take and be doing this work. Where is it in behalf of our mayor and our commissioners that this is being brought to the city hall? That it's stuff that's not getting done. That's why we have homeless shelters. And the expense there, that John Carmichael ran off with $256,000, and nobody's looking into how we can get that back.
So let's not make allegations like that, please.
No, it's a fact. It's no allegation, sir.
Sorry, please don't do that.
So, well, you don't want to take a look at the factor to it. Obviously.
If you believe you have factual information
That's
like that, you should take it to the state attorney. We're not the right place for that.
They told me they can't represent me or speak about this because they don't work for me. They work for the city. And therefore, I think that is a violation of civil rights, 1. 2, that I think that this is something that the police department has been dealing with. What they had to be dealing with should never be happening. As a mayor, you're 3 steps should be our police, our hospitals, and our people. But I don't see where it's happening. I'm telling you face to face. I don't see it happening. That's why they're calling you in Tallahassee a weak mayor. So why is it that we still have you in the office? To consider that she was resigning. Where's our date as far as her resigning? These people say they were resigning. Where's their dates? We're not hearing that. As a
So, Mr.
citizen-
Shepherd, you've gone over your limit here.
I did not
Talk
hear.
politics, somebody should
I
talk
did not
politics
hear
later.
nor see the lights, sir.
Well,
So
I'm
I
asking you to
apologize.
wind it down.
Yep.
Thank you.
Well, you obviously, no comment. Thank you.
Brian Garcia Ramos, followed by Dr. Bobby Murmur.
Welcome.
All right, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, good afternoon. I just, as Mayor Ward requested, I'll keep it brief. I'll keep my comment on RTS brief. I want to echo what my friend over here said. We need to remember the people that RTS serves. Specifically the most vulnerable, underprivileged, overexploited people in our communities, working class people that depend on RTS to get to doctor's appointments, to get to the grocery store, to get to church, to get to work, etc. People that are poor, people that are mobility impaired or disabled, etc. We know all this, as I'm sure you all do. I just want to give a gentle reminder that the massive benefit and poverty alleviation that public transportation provides. Now, obviously, if the money was available, you would fund, the best public transportation system in Florida. Obviously, this isn't up to you; it's up to the university.
That would be a low bar, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and like I'm speaking from a rather privileged position. I'm a student. I have a car. I have a family that supports me financially, etc. So really, I'm here speaking for those that can't be here, and I have massive respect for you coming here today. So thank you. Yeah, I don't really have much else to say. Please support funding of routes 5 and 8, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Bobby Murmur.
Welcome, Dr. Murmur.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Bobby Murmur, Coordinator of the Alachua County Labor Coalition. Just wanted to say I am very pleasantly surprised and pleased that UF has returned to the table and that Mr. Persons has negotiated a preliminary cost sharing agreement for routes 5 and 8, the closest things we have to crosstowns, and just absolutely vital to maintain consistent, frequent service for the health of the whole system. I'm happy to hear everybody speaking in support, everybody who spoke on RTS, so I'm not going to take too much time on this. Just to say, thank you to Mr. Persons, to Madam Manager, all the staff who got us here. We're in a much better spot today if we move forward and we fully restore service on routes 5 and 8 than we were yesterday. So this is progress. I'm happy with UF, which is very rare, so I'm going to bask in that. So yes, please fully restore service on 8 and 5, specifically the headways. Also wanted to mention, somebody had asked what other routes people have been reaching out about. Past couple of days, questions about the 33. I don't know, I can't remember the numbers on how well ridden that route is, but people have been reaching out to the ACLC, asking questions about it. It goes from the hub to Butler Plaza. So I just wanted to answer that. And another budget note, I noticed that there's something up here about the city clerk and the city commission discussing potential cuts in the city clerk's office, and I had just a quick question about that. Or two. One, I thought that all the positions in the city clerk's office were filled.
That is correct.
So a cut would actually be a layoff.
That is correct.
And it's been quite a few years since there's been any growth in the city clerk's office in number of FTEs.
I believe that is correct. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, just when I heard that, compared to a lot of the other FTEs that are being discussed, potential freezes, cuts, they're all vacant, and that it's painful when those are lost, but it's not somebody's livelihood. So just wanted to put that fact front and center that we're actually talking about someone's job, real person's job here. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Dr. Murmer.
That was our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Commissioner Willis, do you need to respond directly to that, or because I'm interested in taking 10 minutes here, let us stretch our legs a little bit, and we'll come back with fresh brains and get started on the discussion. Thank you all for your comments. It's much appreciated. We will be back at 3:10. Okay, let's bring this in for a landing, y'all. We are back in session. And Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, a quick comment when we think about particularly 5 and 8. I don't know if our transportation department has any numbers on particularly disabled riders on 5 and 8. That I just want us to remember that particularly when disabled riders shift off 5 and 8 and move to MV transportation, that is at $67 a ride or 63 a ride, $63, depending on where we potentially land with that. So that's just a reminder of sometimes if we make a cut over here, but particularly with our disabled riders who can manage on our normal buses because our drivers are pretty well equipped and they do a good job of picking up and transporting people. But when they move to ADA transportation with MV, that takes what was a very small marginal cost to transport them on one of our normal buses, and then it is, what we know to be $63 or $67 per ride. So in this budget, what I didn't hear was the ADA MV portion. This budget that we're looking at so far is written with bringing ADA transportation in-house, correct?
Correct.
Okay, because we got some communication from MV. Thank you, Madam Manager. We got some communication about MV's contract about them being willing to go from somewhere in the $67 range to the $63 per ride, which has some potential budget impact. But I just want to remember where we're at, what we're talking about. Thank you. There was some conversation about this scenarios, and Mr. Mayor, I want to just need to ask you. You said something about roughly $3 million somewhere, and thought you were talking about scenario 2. Can you clarify what you were talking about? Because the way I read it as, can you clarify that?
So scenario 2 adds in, that is a quarter mil increase, tax increase, which, let me find the number here.
But it cuts.
Well, so I like the revenue from that, which gets us, is $2.878119 million to the $2,878,119. And on scenario 3, I like the reductions there without freezing police officers at 1.4 million and without defunding the outside agencies at $1 million and adding back in 522 for the RTS routes we discussed.
Okay.
So I'm taking from the 3
I know
different
that.
places.
We're going to be a little confused with some of this, so everyone's got to bear with us.
So those 3 things together, the unfreezing the police officers' positions and funding the outside agencies and funding the routes, that's just a little bit under $3 million. Those three things together.
Got it. Okay. And I guess part of that confusion is adding the increased millage on scenario 3 and taking something away from it, as opposed to starting with scenario 2 and working on that first. I will say, I just want to make sure that the reduction in outside funding is almost all Grace Marketplace in essence. So just make sure I think that's just, I think we can't touch that. If we wanted to work around the edges on some of the very small groups, kind of just don't think it's worth it. With some of it's there, I don't think it's worth it. I'm still willing to keep free some of those officer positions, whether it's 4 or 5. And I know there's been a reduction, for multiple years past where we are, but we also cut 160 positions from all funds, 120 from general fund over the course of 2 budget cycles since 2023. So everyone else, we have done, either we do less work across the city, city staff, or it's that they really have they've kept up the service levels, but they've all just had to hustle. Which it's probably a combination of both. Some things have probably suffered, but there's been a lot of hustling. So I feel like we have to acknowledge that when we talk about our police and fire budget, we have to also acknowledge that everything across the board, not just budgetarily has taken a hit, but the humans doing the job have taken a hit. So that they just continue to have to hustle. Mr. Mayor, kind of a direct question. So where were you at on the fleet payment reduction? Were you interested in that 50%?
I'm good with the 50%.
Okay, so partially part of that is then then the use of the budget stabilization fund would be at that higher level of 2.5, so you're comfortable with that?
So it would include some, it's hard to do all the math on the fly.
Right.
So I appreciate staff who is doing that on the fly. But yes, it does change what we take out of budget stabilization.
Okay, the 2.5 I got a little worried about, even though it's there. I liked something lower than that. That's why, to me, the idea of starting with scenario 3, but perhaps having less of an increase, and then increasing the excess fund balance, whether it's all the way to 2.5, whether it's closer to 2 million. And I know some of this is moving some funds around. 5 and 8 for me, RTS 5 and 8, 100%. I want to see budget. I want it in the budget no matter what. The other 13 and 43, I'm a little more open. The 5 and 8 are just real spines to the community, but I understand that 43 has provided some good service to getting people to UF in particular that I think UF doesn't think about, but I know some UF employees take it. The reduction in police overtime. So just to be clear, that is an additional ask than in the past.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to follow. What's an additional ask?
So we're clear, when we say reduce additional overtime expense as one of the levers,
Yes.
that is, just to be clear, there's still a whole bunch of overtime built in.
Yes.
From more similar to past years. This is an addition to
Than what they currently have.
than what they currently have. I appreciate the being more upfront and asking, whether we budgeted it upfront or catch it up at the end. So I appreciate that. I spoke about that previously. I think it's far more honest. I think compared to other governments, we may be a little more, we got ourselves on a more honest path about that. What, a year ago? Basically, was it last year's budget was the first year
2 years ago.
or was it 2 years ago? Sorry. So even though it looks like a big ask, we can kind of make it disappear on the front end, but it probably will come back on the back end. And since we're already talking about using some stabilization, it does make a little more sense to go ahead, if we're willing to spend at the stabilization, go ahead and leave it, go ahead and have that additional there, and then spend heavier into stabilization. And I know multi-year, Commissioner Eastman, you're concerned about the FAR, or even Commissioner Chestnut's mentioned the 4 or 5 years in the future. But this is kind of the unforeseen things. And since some of this would be, I'm going to argue against myself here in one way, but how much we put into the fleet is part of that. Like if we're protecting our fleet more so, and that makes us spend it out of the stabilization, I feel more comfortable about that. I feel less comfortable about both not, paying that fixed fleet payment. So anyways, I may have argued myself in a circle there, but I think I will. Oh, and I did have one question just about GPD, just so I roughly understand. There was a kind of a shift in the staffing levels. From 2020, the police corporals were at 29 allocated to 35, and I didn't know, is that just some changes in the structure, or is it like you had a lot of people who are ready to be promoted, and that made sense to keep them? I just was less familiar.
Yes, sir. Again, Nelson Moy, Police Chief. That's a good question. The best I can take, best I can assume, and you know how that goes, is there was a change in schedules right around that time. So we were once a 12-hour shift agency, and then when we shifted to 10 hours, it required additional squads. Each squad then had a corporal. So you went from a set amount needed for 12 hours to extra needed for 10 hours. And now we're right back to 12 hours.
Okay. So then if we're back to 12, is it that we no longer need 35 as opposed to 29 corporals?
So we have, hang on a second. We still have vacancies in our current allocated supervisory staffing levels, even in the 12-hour shifts, because they've either moved along to other units, they've left the organization, transferred. So we currently still have 3 vacancies of corporals, even in our current schedule.
Okay. sorry for to bring that, but thank you for helping me understand that. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Book.
All right, so it's 320, we only have 9.2 million to go. Right, and that's the way I look at it, and I think it can be done. When I looked at the things that would be non-starters for me are things that will not insulate us against long-term costs. So 50% fleet, you extend your fleet life and repair. Actually, that's going to be paid. That's going to be paid for 2 or 3 years down the road in the commission. Even 25%, which is on these scenarios, has some ramifications, but it's kind of like an acceptable ramification to me. It's the lower risk. So I would think that from my standpoint, in scenario 3, in the middle of that slide, the reduce operating expenditures, and most of those are good. So we would be at 25% for fleet. We would reduce funding for outside agencies by 25%, not 50. Otherwise, as Commissioner Wilkes was just talking about, a lot of that would come out of one organization amongst, I think, 8 and 3 grants. But I think we should reduce the funding for outside agency by 25% because, again, it's an acceptable reduction. We cannot reduce the overtime for public safety because right now we're budgeting it on the front end. If we don't budget it on the front end, we're going to end up in a deficit at the end of the fiscal year. That's a fact. Because the police department and or the fire department is going to have to come and say, we've exceeded our allocation and now we need the monies. So we either make sure we plan for it now or we have to deal with it later. So I would not support anything that reduces the overtime or the fleet because it saves us no money. It's just how we budget. Budgeting on the front end is smart fiscally accountable. The one thing I thought that I've heard a couple of you all say, colleagues, that I really feel we should do is I feel that we should do what's the term, Madam Manager? Budget stabilization. We are well above our excess fund balance. This is not a sustainable thing you can do year by year. But once you're above what we say is essentially operating cost that will insulate the city for 60 to 90 days, we have that. The manager has already given us some options that one we've voted on, one that's coming before us. Our current excess fund balance, AKA budget stabilization, is $9.5 million. That's over and above what insulates the city, over and above. We can use that. It doesn't affect our rating. It is not necessarily a sustainable cost, and it is something that we could use a piece of, like Commissioner Wilkes was talking. I do think we should use about a third of that. Why? Because if we use a third of that, it insulates us for roughly the next 2 years, if it's needed. Hopefully not, because we know we're going to face some budget. And that would mean taking between 3 and 4 million of the excess, the over and above, 3 to 4 million. Depending upon what you all say, I would make the motion that we use 1/3 of it, 1/3 of the budget stabilization fund balance, which is $3,159,000. 1/3. That would leave this commission and future iterations of this commission $6.3 million of excess fund balance right now. Excess above and beyond for potentially 1 to 2 to 3 years. So I don't think it hurts us one bit. And it allows us to do the other things like fund RTS, just reduce our allocations by what's on these scenarios. It allows us to reduce the millage increase perhaps by a little bit.
So you didn't, I'm sorry, Commissioner Book, I'm trying to follow you. You didn't start with a millage increase. You didn't start with a millage increase at all.
No, I hadn't actually got that far.
Oh, okay. I was listening for that.
Why? I started with, I like the reduce operating expenditures at 25% for outside agencies and 25% for fleet. Now, this last one, and I know there's a lot of folks, so I'll cut to the chase. I think we should use 1/3 of our budget stabilization, 1/3. 3,159,000, because that gets us to a bunch of other places in other levers. The millage, that top millage rate, that extreme millage rate of 6.8912 for me, that's a no. There's just no way that we do that. We want to. Well, I don't like any of them.
What's the point? We have to have some revenue coming from somewhere. It'll be all expenses and no revenue.
Yes, ma'am. So we're at 6.4297. Kind of the mid-range was the quarter, 0.25, which is what you were talking about. Personally, I would probably go with 6.6297. That's a 0.2 millage increase. I picked that in particular because that equates to a very easy figure. $15 per $100,000 worth of house, roughly. $30 for $200,000, $45, roughly. That's a very easy figure to explain. It's within what we consider, inflationary rates. It's enough for us if we did that budget stabilization and we get to keep some of these other key programs. So for me, it's a third of the excess fund balance, 1/3. The millage rate at 6.6297, and these expenditure reductions that the manager and city leaders, the HR director, and our charters have provided for us. And it also retains RTS. I've done the math, and I'm probably off, but that looks like that doesn't.
You're definitely off, Commissioner.
It does match. I mean, I've had 3 calculators out at one point, so, but it matches. That would be what I would hope, and I'm sure there's some nuances that you all as colleagues have also, but that's what I'd like to move, but I wouldn't do that without hearing from you all first and see what needs adjustment.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Eastman.
I'm having trouble doing, all the math up here too, and I just keep going back to our general fund projections, which say that at a 0.25 mil increase, we run out of our minimum requirement for our fund balance projection at the end of 2027, which means that we'd be planning for that. Now, granted, that is without the reductions in that are coming from some of the other charters, but I mean, but I guess broadly, in large part, Commissioner Book, I agree with some of your broad concepts here, which are that kicking back fleet is just kicking back an expense that you're going to be paying anyway. And so if we're saying we would like to balance the budget on the back of a 50% reduction in fleet, that's basically saying that, the year after, we're still going to have that gap. Like, we're still going to have because we're going to go back to 100%. And we have our fleet person here, you can correct, but it's going to be more, eventually we're going to have to spend 110%, I would imagine, of fleet. At some point, you have to fix, older issues. There is a deferred maintenance issue that goes in there. Can we just hear? I'd be curious. Last time you said our fleet was in great shape. I'd be curious what your thoughts are about the 25 and the 50 and the discussion up here.
All right. Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Commissioners, Madam City Manager. So yeah, to address your question, all we're doing is literally moving the replacements another year. So as a vehicle gets older, it incurs more cost to maintain.
Right.
So you're really not saving any money, simply put. That's all we're doing is literally just moving them down. So whatever vehicles we don't replace this year, when we come in next year and I'm setting the replacement schedule, I'm going to go in right back to the vehicles that we moved from this year, and then so on and so forth. Hopefully that answers the question.
No, it definitely answers the question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
So when we say,
That's the same answer that Cynthia Ramos gave you.
It is.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I get it. I understand.
Okay.
So thank you. So when we talk about increasing budgets by not increasing the full millage, saying that, okay, well, we want to balance it on fleet, I get concerned by that. I think that we need to have annual revenue reductions at some point in here. And it's hard for me because I keep trying to go back to our fund projections going forward and trying to add in the reductions with the increases year over year. And I can't do that math just on the fly here, but I agree with there's the 9 FTEs that are there. There is they're reducing the fleet by the 25%. But then we also have here an additional position decrement of 19.45 FTEs, which I think we need to seriously consider annual reductions that are coming in there. That's one of the few truly annual reductions aside from what the charters have put forward that's listed in here. That's not something that we'll have to pay almost equally the amount next year, or we're just kind of deferring these frozen positions to another year. I mean, that is a true expenditure reduction. And I don't want to be back here year after year after year after year. The whole time I've been in office is all we've done. And at some point, we just have to, and I know that puts a lot of strain on staff, and I know it puts a lot of strain on everyone, but I want to feel comfortable that we are leaving a sustainable amount. And of course, we have above that maximum fund balance that's in there. But I'd want to make sure that the math makes sense on the on whatever we're doing, and then how that looks forward going forward to 2027, 2028. And as far as the reduction on outside agencies, it seems like a pretty significant cut within a single year for all of our outside agencies. I am very I guess I'll be one person to say it. I am fine raising the revenues that we need to raise. Once we get to a stable revenue position where Gainesville Regional Utilities, which won't happen, I would imagine, in a single year, Commissioner Engel, you mentioned, when GRU comes back, I imagine that would be a multi-year period in which we kind of stabilize and figure that out and check and make sure that GRU's expenditures and everything else makes sense. But when we can finally get to that level, I am happy to bring these taxes right back down to where they are. But this is a tax increase specifically to pay for revenue that has been taken by GRU, who can choose to give that back to the ratepayers through lower rates if they wanted to. They're not choosing to do that at the moment, but they could. We have to make sure we have a stabilized budget, and I would rather stabilize a budget, get the revenues, make some material expenditure reductions, and then have a stable government at the end of it. That's all, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Engel.
Wanted to make a couple points. One is we do have $9-ish million left in kind of our budget stabilization fund. I'm trying to get the names down right. However, earlier this year we had 17 million in it. Things have come up that we've had to spend money on, and they were good expenditures, right? We were looking at life safety improvements, so we were looking at body cameras or radios or some things that had to be done. So to assume that if we've got $9 million in that budget stabilization fund, I don't think that you can count on that to be carried forward, because we've seen where very necessary things have popped up that we've had to use that for. So I'm not really comfortable thinking that we'll pass that on for the next 3 years at $3 million a piece. I think we're going to have to raise taxes somewhat. I think it's just going to happen. Like I said, one of our biggest sources of revenue for the city has decided not to pay its bills, and we're stuck with that. I hate the fact that we've all got to pick up the slack for what GRU is not doing, but they're not doing it. I am torn on reducing fleet payments versus additional positions being cut, because in a lot of ways, I think that I don't know you're saving money either way. I realize that if we're cutting positions, then that's going to be less expenses down the road, but that's also less things we're going to be able to accomplish, or more things that we're putting on folks, and that is also going to be detrimental kind of moving forward on those things. I think you're right. I think we've got to get to the point that we are bringing enough revenue to cover the costs that we've got. Being that we are looking at some confusion over what's going to happen with GRU and everything else in the next few years, I'm more willing to use a little bit of wiggle room on that, whether it's reduced fleet payments, whether it's cutting some FTEs, especially ones that are already empty, that we've been dealing without for a bit. But I would say at minimum, I think we're looking at a 25 mil increase, or 0.25 mil increase. Didn't see the numbers on RTS until today. When we got those numbers, that's going to come out to somewhere around 500,000-ish to prop up all 4 of those routes. Looking at the millage rate sheet that we also got today.
That was in your backup all the while.
Oh no, I didn't mean we only got it today. Of the many things we got handed today, this was one of them. To generate enough money to cover that, you're looking at somewhere between 0.04 and 0.05 mils, which comes out to somewhere between a $4 or $5 increase over the course of a year for somebody who owns a $200,000 homesteaded property. I think adding that on there and covering those is going to have very little effect on anything else. And I think it's a responsible thing to do is go ahead and make sure that we still have a functional system. Because honestly, it almost doesn't matter if you've got a transit system, if that transit system is only running every hour and a half. People aren't going to be able to use it, and I'm very concerned that puts it into kind of a death spiral, that people don't use it, and then because people aren't using it, we get even less funding for it, and it's just a slippery slope to go down. And for the resources it's going to take to prop those up and make it a functional system, I think it's important that we do that. That's kind of where I am on these things, and I will say the other one is, as far as the 9 officer positions, every other conversation we're having about everything in here is how much we're going to cut. There's the one conversation on not that we're cutting anything back, but is that growing fast enough for us? And to me, if we've already got that many vacancies in the police office, we've got room to grow under its current budget. There's 28 more positions we can pick up than what we've got right now. We unfroze 11 this year. We are going to have more officers on the street next year than we've got this year or that we had last year without unfreezing those. And for the whole we're looking at, to spend $1.5 million so that we can have 9 more when we can't even fill the ones we've got, I think that's irresponsible. So that's kind of where I am on most of those. I'm pretty flexible on the fleet payments, on some of these other vacant FTEs that we can cut back. I think there's some room for a lot of those. But I think we are definitely going to have to look at a millage increase and where that falls. Like I'm okay with talking about. We talked about the impact of an almost $500,000 increase a while ago. I think that was a responsible conversation, and if that's what it comes out to, and that's the real number to make it stable, I'm fine looking at that.
Thank you, Commissioner Engel. I'm going to make some comments, and I'll get back to you around again, Commissioner Willits. Let me address RTS for a minute. I absolutely want to get us to fund those positions this year. That looks like it's almost at $523,000. But while we're talking about looking forward, many years down the road, I don't think our current model of funding RTS is sustainable. I just don't think that's how it works. It is uncommon to do it the way that we do it. So there are other systems out there that we could and probably should consider for our transit system. I've said many times that I really love that the city of Gainesville operates a transit system, and a very good transit system. I'm proud of that. But it probably shouldn't be operated by the city of Gainesville. It probably ought to be its own thing, which would allow it to be a taxing unit separate from the city of Gainesville, and could then require, however it gets put together, it could require more input rather than just us going to UF with our hand out. And I think there are other ways to approach that. We can't do that this year. What we can do now and probably even next year is plug gaps. But if we're talking about the future, then we need to have in mind that there are other ways to fund a transit system. There are 2 transit systems in Florida that are run by cities. That's Gainesville and Tallahassee. And the rest of them are run differently than that. And there's a reason for that. So I want to put that out there, and we've danced around it a few times over the years, but I think it's time to really honestly approach that. But that doesn't change this current budget cycle. I will not vote for a budget that decreases our outside agencies by even 25%. And the reason that I won't is because we're going to see the direct impact of that right outside City Hall, and in every piece of woods around Gainesville behind people's houses, there will be more tents popping up. I wish that were not the case. We asked 2, 3, 4 years ago our best minds on homeless services in the community how much we should be spending, and at the time the figure was about $6 or $7 million a year. We spend about 3 all in. And this is what we get for that. If we spend less, we're going to get even worse service. So those are things that we should expect and deal with. If we're comfortable with going back to a bunch of people sleeping on Bo Diddley Plaza, then we should go ahead, we should feel free to cut that. But I don't think that's the path to getting better as a community. I'm a no on decreasing the outside agencies. Because again, once you talk about the smaller outside agencies, you're just nibbling with very small numbers. I would like to unfreeze those 9 positions for GPD, but I don't think I'm in the majority on that. I'm comfortable with a variety of levels of increasing the millage. It sounds like there's probably 5 votes out there. If we twist arms a little bit for that quarter mill, so that may be where we land. I do think that we should go ahead and fund the overtime in the budget because we're going to pay it one way or another. I'm less convinced that we have to do, that we can't do 50% reduction in fleet payments, not because I don't take it seriously. Obviously, I do. I want us to have, fully funded fleet. But we're talking about people or vehicles. That decision gets made. I also want to suggest to you that there are other ways that we can look to in the not too distant future years of changing some revenue models. We don't have to offer all the services to the University of Florida that we do. Now, we're not contemplating anything like that yet, but that is a conversation that we ought to be having. I mean, we provide tremendous support. I love the University of Florida. Love my alma mater. Glad for all the jobs that are here because of it. But it doesn't pay any taxes. And we, at some point, will have to have a discussion about the services that we can offer versus the payments that come in, which are smaller every year. So that is a discussion that we have to have. But what I'm trying to say is that there are other revenue models out there that are not out of the realm of possibility. And I don't want us to cut off our nose to spite our face in this current year's model. Last thing I'll say before I move on from this is, and go back around, is that if we start taking out other unfilled positions, when we say we're not going to fund an unfilled position, we're just never going to hire that. Somebody out there has been doing the extra work and just giving a little more, as Commissioner Willits alluded to earlier, with the hope that the position beside them was going to get filled at some point. If we just snip that and say, no, we're never going to fill that position, you're just going to keep having to work harder, they're going to sharpen up their resume. That's a reality of this. I'm not real interested in going and cutting more positions. But if we are going to do that, then I am going to ask the clerk's office to reduce as well. And I understand that creates, that's a different thing because it's a filled position. I get that. I'm completely sensitive to the difference between an unfilled and a filled position. But if we're going to start cutting more unfilled positions than we already have discussed, as we do in scenario 4 there, then I'm going to ask the clerk's office to cut a position too, because it's got to be broad. And that's where I am on stuff. I see Commissioner Willits is ready, and I'm sure there will be others. And then we will sometime, hopefully in the next half hour or so, get to a motion that we can work on and go from there. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have one question about fleet. Just don't want to get into the whole conversation, but when we reduced over the past 2 years staff by about 160, did we reduce our fleet at all? I know that part of the reduction was rental housing inspectors were a chunk that we reduced because of state law, and those would be people that would be driving in our fleet. Was that part of any bit of our audit of fleet to say we have excess vehicles because of this? Now, if we're going to hire back 160 people in the next couple of years, sure, keep all our vehicles. Mm-hmm. But I can't remember what we talked about or what happened when we cut 160 people compared to our fleet.
Right. Commissioner Wiltz, what we did is we conducted an analysis last year looking for underutilized vehicles. We just set a standard 2,000 miles or less per year, went through, talked to the department heads, and then we had some of those vehicles that were brought back to fleet, and then subsequently we disposed of them.
Okay, so we had some.
Yes.
I just forgot. I knew at some point you study it and look at it.
Yes.
Just confirming. So okay.
Okay.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
not a problem.
And then, Mr. Mayor, about the special taxing districts potentially for transportation. I don't know whether the at times proposed bill in the state legislature included transportation districts. We may not be able to have special taxing districts into the future, and if that is a serious movement over there, we want to keep RTS so that on day one we don't have to prop up a new system, go back to having a system. So that's something that's kind of out there in the political realm. I know that library districts have asked the sponsors of that bill, please don't touch library districts, and like we have in Alachua County. That may, if we went that way, I don't know if all the transportation districts would also be trying to get their little carve out, because then at what point is the bill, if everyone gets a carve out, then what taxing district, sports taxing, what are they targeting? Anyways, it's just out there in that politics. If we get to scenario 4 in any way, I did have a question about police property evidence specialist and police property specialist, about cutting those unfulfilled positions. And Madam Manager or Chief Moyo, when we achieve our property and evidence building, is it that we're going to have perhaps less need for as many people because everything will be in one spot? No one is running and currying and trying to keep inventory in 6 places?
Chief Moya can come up and speak, but when we spoke about this earlier, it was not that he did not think that those positions were necessary. That's not where he was at all. What we were looking at, we meaning the budget office and the manager's office, was what can the city sustain from an overall budget in 27 and years out. It's not just budgeting for today, it's budgeting for future. And the only way you can get at that, understanding that you need those positions in property and evidence. You've got to go into your budget and make cuts that you would rather not make, but you don't have the resources to afford them in the future. That's just where we are. And so we just felt it necessary to take a look at parks, public works, the police department, and many other departments, the budget office, the whole 9 yards, and say these are positions that we need to put on the table for consideration of elimination, because in 26, when you're going through this for 27, you're going to have collective bargaining agreements that are also going to be compounding, and it's going to require additional revenue. And unless you start pulling money out of the expense side of the budget, we're not going to be able to sustain it, because the tax increases are obviously not going to be the popular choice. So when you answer, Chief Moya, you don't have to, go on and on, but you need to just make it clear that we really and truly are not saying that we don't need those P&E positions. We need the positions. We need the position in the budget office. We need the positions in parks and public works. It's just, at what point do we start to say we're just not able to afford it going forward?
Yes, Madam Manager, you're absolutely correct. So that is by way of bleeding every line that I can. The reality is that we are at the cusp of the new building, right? We're still in that phase. We're moving evidence out here in the next 5 months or so. I do need them, but if it comes down to it, I have to make sacrifices. And the property and evidence, as hugely important as they are, it's also support staff. Whereas my priority has to be
patrol,
law enforcement officers on the street.
Okay.
And if I may, Commissioner Engel, if you allow me, sir, earlier you talked about the hiring of police officers. Just so you and the commission is aware, we're on track to fill those 20-something positions by October-ish. I can bring up Lieutenant Marquita Brown. In fact, I'll ask you to come up. She can speak briefly to how many numbers are in the pipeline just in process to paint a picture of our readiness come October.
Commissioners, Mayor, thank you, City Manager. Again, it's always a privilege to be in this position. My team is working
really hard. We've changed the process and continue to just revamp it so that we're getting qualified candidates. Right now, we have a October 20th start date for the police academy class, and roughly right now we got 16 that's tracking through the background just for that class. Beyond that, we stay with about 120 plus candidates that we have to vet through. So as far as what we're tracking with, I would tell you by at least by the end of October, we just had another process. They won't make it into this academy class, but we're tracking the remaining numbers that we'll have from 23, 16. Somebody do my math real quick. Whatever that is. So the 23 will be done by the end of October. We won't be able to hire anyone. We'll keep running processes. They'll kind of be sitting in a little pot waiting for us to get the best of the best. Let's hope.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Just wanted you to be aware.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to finish my, thank you. So if we, I didn't want to, so if we get to scenario 4, and this is, if we get to scenario 4 and there is concern about the clerk, one of the ideas I had was that the manager has a front desk greeter city, I forget the official position out here. If that is something that
Temporary service is not a full-time position. She's here every day, but
it's a temp service.
Yes.
Okay, but so it's somewhere in the budget somewhere. If it helps somehow that if the city clerk took over that spot role, so that it was something that could be, if the idea is that, again, with the same number of staff need to do more or pick up more areas of service, that the city clerk pick that up, and whether that becomes a rotating amongst, her staff, the clerk staff, and in places like that, that means perhaps someone doesn't get to work from home. Maybe they got a day a week or occasionally, and then instead you have a lot more need for physical people moving around. That's something I want to put out there as a potential. The budgetary impact is probably not huge, and it sounds like it doesn't affect the FTE necessarily. Right. Okay. So it's less of an impact. I don't want to cut. Again, I want to say I don't want to cut Grace at all. That's off the table for me. So Ms. Mayor, you think there's the 5 votes for 0.25? I think there's probably votes for more than probably for 0.3 to 0 to have a little more room within this. And I'm being convinced that going, at first I got uncomfortable with anything more than the 1.12 out of budget stabilization. I'm being convinced a little more that some of that, but for Commissioner Book, your proposal of almost a third of it, 3.1 million out of it, that's too much for me because of the reasons Commissioner Engel said. We still have some unknowns out there, or some knowns that that could be potential challenges to future budgets. So I don't want to spend too much into it. So I'm loosening up a little bit on that, and I could be convinced that closer to that scenario 2 where it's 1.8 from it, particularly if it saves those RTS routes, all 4 of those routes, keeps them funded. 1.8 million or 2 million out of it. I know some of these are just kind of round, easy numbers, right? On 25% of flicks, but if there's something in between there that's not a round number that gets us there, I think I'm up for that as well. I don't have a motion for you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Willits. So I would say, just referring to what you were talking about with the person up front, I think one of the most important innovations we have made in the last several years is having a person at that desk. I think that changes things for people walking up here. That is one of the most obvious and old school ways there is to make people feel better about their city government. When there's somebody there who can say, I understand what you're talking about, go here. It's not proper for us to be talking about individual positions, but I will say I think that has been a really useful thing, and I think it's helpful for it to be a person every day and not just rotate it. But we're not even talking about getting rid of that, but I want to thank the manager for making that a thing, because I think that has been a huge positive innovation for us. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to wait, colleagues, if any of you wanted to weigh in. Otherwise, I do have a motion. I didn't know if there was anything that we have not discussed.
Why don't you put it out there and
Put
then
it
we
out
have
there.
something to work with?
All right, so from a comparison perspective, a couple of things is our excess fund balance right now is 58 million. So I think we're forgetting. So we're starting with 58 million. And the amount that's over and above, and Madam Manager will correct me to figure, the amount that's over and above what is our policy is 9.4 million.
That is correct, assuming that the commission in September, when we bring back a budget amendment that goes
Right.
through finance, will approve a couple of additional items that'll bring it down to the 9.4.
Right, so why that's important is, if we were to use a excess fund balance, regardless of what we call it, at 3.1 million, remember now, we're talking about, we're starting right now at 58 million. So we do have, that's how a good city budgets. You have enough for hurricanes, tornadoes, a situation like Commissioner Engel has brought up a couple of good points as it relates to our unstable position related to another governmental agency right here in our backyard. But that's not what we're talking about. So we're talking about 3.1 million roughly out of what right now is 58 million, with a couple that were already, yes, ma'am.
Let's come up. Ms. Reynolds, you want to go back, please? Yep.
So we have unassigned fund balance of 58.5 million, and the maximum amount required is 41.3. So we are, the reserves that the city needs to meet the 3-month requirement is the 41.3. So we have we have over and above that number, 17.2, of which the city commission has already allocated 4 million to the capital critical life safety projects, $722,410 for procurement modules, and we have earmarked 2 million for the technology department one-time costs, and $965,848 for radio replacement in police and fire. So that leaves us with an excess fund balance of $9.5 million.
Yeah, and if I might, Mr. Mayor, I think everybody is on that page, but when you say 58, it really isn't, because the 17 is not 17 anymore. We've spent some of it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you say 58, we don't have 58.
Understood.
Okay.
Yeah, so the 3.1 million is essentially 1/3 of the 9.4 that you just talked about. So that's where we're at. I think that's probably a really excellent use of money. For our millage rate right now, a lot of cities are in flux. And so we don't necessarily know what the max, because we're all doing exactly the same thing. But I do know that right now we're 4 out of 9 in the county, so it's out the middle. We're 11 out of the top 20 cities in the state. Now everything's shifting, so that's about in the middle. And out of basically 390 cities, counties, municipal, all millage rates at the moment, we're in the 100 and something. Everybody's shifting. So I say that only to indicate that we are not at the top, nor are we at the bottom. We're roughly in the middle or top third. Commissioner Engel, the same point, when you're talking about unfilled positions in the 9, you're right that we hope we make traction on the hiring. What's going to happen, regardless whether we froze them or not, is if they don't make it up to that number, those lapsed salaries are going to impact us in a positive way. That's kind of every organization's ace in the hole, is lapsed salaries are what you sometimes use as you make budget adjustments during the year. Did you want to comment, Madam Manager?
What I'd like to do is offer a suggestion. I really would like. I'd like to ask the mayor if he could allow us to break and let me get with staff so that we can formulate something that, based on what we've heard, we can bring back, and you all can basically, play with it. But right now, I think we need a baseline.
Okay.
And that's, I'm sorry, Commissioner Book, for doing it, but I think it's getting circular at this point, and I think that we really need, we need to have some specific direction, even if it isn't exact. We may have to come back at a second meeting just to refine it, but I think right now it would be helpful if you gave us a chance to just do a little circle up, and we could come back maybe at 4:15-ish. It won't take us but a few minutes to.
So here would be, I agree with that. You come back, you've heard different things. We're talking about a 0.2 or 0.25 millage increase, a budget stabilization transfer of 3.1 million, that's 1/3. Reduce operating expenditures of the 8 FTEs, which is listed by the manager. The freeze the vacant senior auditor, which is listed by the manager. Reduce fleet fixed payment of 25%, which is listed by the mayor, by the manager. And funding RTS at 522,000.
If that is what the commission is kind of galvanizing around, that's fine, but that's what you would like to see.
Yes, ma'am, that would be what the motion would end up being, and so I just thought you should know that. And I don't know, but it sounds to me like those are the pieces that there's some support for.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and we'll take a recess. We'll come back at 4:15. I'm sorry, Commissioner Engel.
Well, man, I had kind of a competing vision. I didn't know if we wanted to take 2 looks at them or if we want to let them run for a bit first.
Talk to the manager and give her some input there, and we'll come back at 4:15. We have, oh, look, more paper. We have a new scenario, scenarios 5 and 6. Madam Manager, if you want to lead us off, or
So what we did in the break that we had was to put a couple of more scenarios in play, just based on what we've been hearing. And so we have a scenario 5 and 6 that Cynthia will explain. I think scenario 5 keeps a quarter of a mil, which brings us, of course, under the maximum mil, and actually even under the current millage rate. And then we have another scenario that is 0.3 mils. And then we have, of course, mix and matching of some of the expenditure reductions necessary. As you can see, and Cynthia will dig into it, the amount of money coming from the Budget Stabilization Fund has gone down substantially. And Cynthia, you want to just kind of fill in the blanks, because that's really what the deal is, filling in the blanks.
welcome, Ms. Ramos.
So scenario 5 is at a quarter of a mil increase. It retains the positions that were reduced for the indirect cost allocation study. It reduces fleet fixed payments by 25%. It continues to freeze the 9 FTEs in police and fire. It eliminates the additional 19.45 positions in the general fund. And it adds in the support for the RTS, restoration of the RTS routes discussed earlier. That leaves us with a gap of 1.6 million. And that can we can use the Budget Stabilization Fund to bring in money to
Which
close
brings
that
the
gap.
Budget Stabilization Fund down to 7.876 million.
Scenario 6 assumes a 0.300 mils increase, so the millage rate will go to 6.7297. It retains the indirect cost allocation study reductions. It reduces fleet by 50%. It eliminates the 19.45 positions in the general fund, and it restores the RTS routes discussed earlier. That leaves us with a gap of $1,067,702, and then we are filling that gap with the excess fund balance budget stabilization money.
Of a little over $1 million.
Okay.
That way we pretty much are able to keep the Budget Stabilization Fund whole minus approximately $1.6 million. And we address inherent issues going into fiscal 27 by taking some hits now relative to our operations with the 19 positions being taken out of the budget.
I suggest that those are pretty serious hits.
They are they're serious. On top of the RTS hits that have already occurred
Right.
prior to putting the 522 back in. I think they were already down about, 10 vacancies?
Yes.
Were eliminated in the budget.
They're frozen.
They're frozen, okay.
Okay. All right, thank you, Ms. Ramos. Anything else you want to add to that?
No, sir.
Thank you, Madam Manager. And I told Commissioner Buck, you are on.
I'm digesting.
Okay.
As I think we probably all are. Scenario 5 is a quarter mil. Scenario 6,
Is it 0.3 mil?
0.3 mil. Scenario 6 is
Is that the same millage?
Yeah, so 6 is 0.3 mil, 5 is 0.25 mil.
So, yes, the 0.250 is 6.6797 mils. That generates $2.878 billion, which is the same amount we had in an earlier scenario, which was scenario 2. Still 0.25, so it still generates the same. And then we added one more where we had the millage rate up by 0.3 mils. That millage rate would be 6.7297, and it generates an additional $3,453,000.
But scenario 6 maintains the same right?
No.
No.
I'm trying to see it.
Goes up.
Goes
There-
up,
There's
up
five
there
and
is
there's six.
okay. Okay, thank you.
And again, this is just the manager's recommendation. It obviously is open to whatever policy you all want to set. But again, trying to lean on as little of fund balance as we possibly can. Future is uncertain. We just really need to kind of hang on to as much of it as we can. And again, I know that the department directors that are out there who are engaged in all of these discussions, back and forth, are kind of tired of the back and forth. And, you know, we've been through this probably for the last 2 years. I know 23 and 24, with the reduction of 120 and then another 40 in all funds, a total of about 60 position reduction. To look at these reductions, they're hard, they're vacant, and I get it, but it also stunts operations. And the whole issue there is it's either now or in the future, in the near future. And I think that we have to just
The
not
19
think
point,
about today.
the 19 and a half FTEs, could you put the list up?
Yes, we have a list.
It was one of our many sheets here.
Here it is. Here it is. You have it, Cynthia? So there are two positions there, as you can see, for equity and inclusion. We consulted with Zariah earlier today to let him know that, you know, if we have to dig in deeper, that, you know, he had 2 vacancies, and so he wasn't excited, but the budget office has a position that's in the mix. Park and Rec has 4 positions. The police department has, I think, 7, last time. Yes. And the public works department has the balance.
Yeah, these are seven unfilled positions that lie within the police department, but they're not the sworn positions.
That's correct.
These are all civilian positions. And
That's correct. And so if in fact, for example, in scenario 5, which does take the 9 FTEs from GPD, not only would we be taking those 9 FTEs or freezing them, however we put it, there would also be a hit in GPD of an additional 7 positions that are in the $1,296,000.
Yeah, I don't want to hold up my colleagues there. I'm digesting it. It's pretty complex.
Okay.
Things.
Commissioner Engel.
I got a question or two and then a motion if everybody's comfortable with that. When we look at the additional positions that are these 19 spots, when I look at the police spots, there are, what we come up with, 7, I think?
Yes, there's 7 of them.
The decision inside of the police department, can they move those around? Say that if you decided, if we didn't cut anything, if you decided you had 2 police service techs, but you wanted to eliminate those and get 1 officer instead, is that? And I'm not even asking if that's a good idea. I just meant, like, is that under the authority of the department head, or when we look at these, are these locked in by the decisions we're making here? And again, it's just my first time through the budget process, so I'm sorry if I'm asking a dumb question here.
No, it's okay. Good, Chief.
No, actually, it's a good question, because one would think that it's easily done. Number one, the position has to be reclassified. There's a whole, there's what the job entails, the benefits to it, the bargaining unit function of it, the allocation of the FTE. So it is doable, but it is a process.
Sure, and I just said I didn't know if that was, if we wrote down cut specialist, it had to be that position, or if there was, once you had your budget, you can make adjustments inside of that. And
Not very easily. Once we establish a budget with the allocated FTEs and what they're for, that's it.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And again, appreciate a little leeway from my colleagues on educating myself on this process. I would like to make
We'll pretend we knew better.
I would like to make a motion just to see kind of where people are on things. I would like to adopt scenario 6, but I would like to swap, I would like to get rid of the cutting the 19.5 FTEs and replace it with the freezing the 9 officers, which are roughly equivalent. We can cut a little bit. It'll be one's 1.4, one's 1.2 million. It'd be either a little bit less out of fund balance or excess balance.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, you got that?
Yes. I'm sending it to broadcast, if you just give me one moment.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Engel, you good?
Yeah. I think that's a motion.
Commissioner Eastman.
Thanks. When I started this off, I talked about how the most important thing for me is looking forward and making sure that we can, that the Band-Aid just gets pulled off. And if in future years we're in a better revenue situation, then we're in a better revenue situation. And we could talk about growing FTE, we can talk about where there's needs within the city, point out that that the 5-year projection does not include any growth in FTEs, despite the fact that we're a growing city. We're going to have to continue to talk about that. The one, I don't like cutting 19.45 FTEs. It is the only annual expenditure reduction that we have within this. So if we want to eliminate,
It's not the only one.
it's not the only one. Is it the largest? You're right. It is not. It's not fair because the other one is
We
the
have
other,
8 positions in
the 8 positions that are in there. I apologize. If we want to eliminate 9 police positions, that is something we could do. I don't know if there would be the votes for it up here, but we do need to eliminate. We need to do annual reductions. Like a single year pausing or a single year kicking of expenditures is important to balance your budget in the next fiscal year. But I'm looking at this budget and I see I'm adding up $1 million plus $2.9 million for the fleet and saying, okay, well that's our budget gap that we already know with a 5% growth on the rolls, which is conservative but not out of the realm of possibility for a slowing down economy. That's what we're looking at next year, and I can live with that. But now, if you add in another 1.4 million on top of that, because we don't have actual position reductions like annual reductions, that's even more of that next year. And so I was actually fairly, I'm very pleasantly surprised by this, Madam Manager. I think you guys did a good job with all of these scenarios.
You sure?
Yeah, no, it was great. I was great. You took what all we said, and I think that I was very happy with how, with the fact that there's long-term reductions in here that are hard that are hard decisions to make. But I don't think I can support unless I'd rather just eliminate the 19.45 FTEs that have been brought forward by the manager. Because, as I said, my number one thing is that I want to make sure that we're not right back here in the same scenario again, having the same discussions next year.
So,
yeah.
I understand so you were saying that plus the 19, or like back to just like the regular scenario?
I just like scenario 6 is what I was saying. I think scenario 6 is fine.
Gotcha.
That's what I have. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Willens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I seconded the motion before, particularly because definitely before we talk about these 19 positions potentially, I want to talk or have in front of us the Director of Equal Opportunity Office to talk about that, about the fulfillment of the charter, what the charter says the duties of that charter officer are, with that additional, as opposed, I have concerns about that level of changing and whether he would have a plan to still fulfill the mission. So that's one, definitely why I'm a little worried about pulling that 19 in, going down that route. I appreciate that is the longer term, far more conservative budgeting, but that's a little, since those 19 are a little fresher to me than some of those other cuts. I don't know that I'm comfortable with all of that right now, is what I'll say. I like the motion that I seconded, because we have done without those police officers. We've not been able to fill up to that point. I hope we can. 6 months from now, if we say, oh no, we're 100% staffed and we need to open it up because we got a couple people in the pipeline, And if we have to look at that then, I feel a little more comfortable with looking at that then as we get into the next fiscal year, as opposed to cooking that into the budget right now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willis. Let me mention here that that today, what we need is to know that there are potentially 5 out of 7 votes specifically for any millage increase. And there is opportunity still to talk. I don't encourage it, but there is the spending side of the equation only requires 4. Now, ultimately, we need 5 people to vote for a budget. But if we had 4 people voting for a motion today, there's a little bit of wiggle room on a couple of 3 or 4 or 5 positions on the expenditure side. That's totally unclear, and I apologize.
But I understand what you're saying.
4 votes is what 4 votes gives direction to staff today. But we need to know very specifically what commissioners will support for a millage rate. We need to pick a millage rate that works. That is because we'll have to have 5 votes to pass a budget that includes a millage rate come September 10th and September 24th.
Would it be helpful for me just to amend my motion to just millage rate, and we can vote on that and then move on to?
No, because we need to give staff a direction on all of this.
Okay.
I'm just saying, if you're talking about 1 or 2 positions that you want to get some clarification on, that doesn't all have to be nailed down today. What we have to know is, can we move forward with the revenue side of it? And 99% sure on the expenditure side of it, if that's helpful to you all. All right, Commissioner Book and then Commissioner Duncan Walker.
And Mr. Mayor, if I might,
Yep.
later, I don't want to get in the front of commissioners, I'll come last.
Okay, all right, okay. Would you push your button so I have you on the, yeah, thank you. Commissioner Book, yeah. You were on first, yeah.
So I think the millage rate is too great. I feel like we need to do as much as we can with all the other levers to reduce the impact. I realize we're only talking about a few dollars for every 100,000. So when you look at that, I understand. But there is also what we role model and what we do as leaders. And so we do have to cut positions, and we do have to use our other funding sources to get to that place. When we fund as a city, the HR director had provided us figures in the past that showed that basically our 7 bargaining units and MAPs is 86 million. In other words, it's the greatest figure that we have against our total budget, and it should be, because it's the people. Preserve the people. And I think that our core services, which are typically public safety and roads and infrastructure, and I lump parks and recreation in there because that is an absolute core service, is what we actually do spend the majority of our money on. So I have difficulty supporting anything that reduces that. In this case, Mr. Mayor, you're talking about, we probably can get to the position discussion another day. I agree with that. But here you have seven civilian positions and 9 sworn positions for a total of 16. And that's going backwards where we said the public safety is our top priority. So that's something that that's kind of my threshold right there, is public safety. Do I have that right, Madam Manager?
Current motion.
Yeah.
No, the current motion would just be the sworn officers. Not the.
You've eliminated the 19 as an example. I got that on there. And that would be a change from here. So in any event, I do think we should use a slightly more budget stabilization monies because we have them. And it's a good use of funds in an exigent circumstance. But those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too was kind of going back and forth about the millage, and I'll tell you why. Because I was thinking down the line about some of the major projects that we've said we want to commit to, and the idea that we're thinking about having a conversation or asking the community to bond out 8th and Waldo, or maybe something else. And I'm just thinking about the impacts down the line. We haven't made a decision about that, but what we do in here today will impact what people have to pay. And while we consider this increase in millage to be just a few dollars, I don't know that we've heard the impacts of a potential bond down the line, but I'm thinking about every way that our neighbors will have to pay into things. And so that's kind of, it's a sticking point for me, and one of the reasons why I've been so silent up here today, trying to wait to hear just about every possible scenario, because that's a real concern to me. I too am concerned about core services. I listened to the chief of police make some very compelling arguments, and I have also heard what Ms. Marquita came forward and expressed about things that are already in the pipeline, and I'm concerned about cutting that. We've made some pretty significant gains in public safety, and I am very, very afraid to do anything that might hamper our opportunity to keep those gains moving forward. I'm going to have to come back with what scenario I'm closest to, but I can tell you that this motion is something that I'm leaning towards. I'm leaning towards that, but I'm still concerned, once again, with the millage rate. But this right here is a little bit closer to something that I can get behind.
Thank you, Commissioner Walker. And as I said earlier, and it bears repeating, no matter where your position is on this, you're not wrong. There's just a million ways to come at this. All right, Madam Manager.
I know we have to put options on the table, and there is a larger menu of reductions that we included in the backup in case commissioners wanted to just see things that were not included in some of the options. I really did not want to put the 9 police officers on the menu at all, but as I met with you all individually, it was clear that it was something that needed to be placed on there because there was a need for discussion here at the dais. I support Chief Moya and his efforts at the department. He has been very compliant when we have gone to him and asked him about the reductions and the impact of the reductions, and so you will see him on the menu as well as in many of these scenarios. I don't support it because I'm in the office on a daily basis. I'm calling his staff, I'm calling him to respond to downtown, to respond across the city. He's put together different units depending on what, is needed, from traffic to gun violence to, whatever. He's got units all over the place. I know he's trying to build up in downtown, and downtown is not all of the city of Gainesville. But when we start to hamper his ability here, I'm concerned that this is really not the right move. As manager, that's just my opinion. But I do believe that this is not taking us in the right direction by reducing those positions.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Commissioner Willets.
Commissioner Dr. Walker, I had, some thoughts as well, because with super healthy, above and beyond fund balance, and if it's supposed to be for capital, that could go to what we're currently talking about, a bond for MLK, maybe is where we'd spend it. So to some degree, it's kind of a moving target of where some funds may come from in the future. But at least right now, this motion does dip kind of less into the stabilization than some other potential scenarios. With the 9 officer positions, because we still have a healthy, budget stabilization, I feel a little more comfortable going forward that if after October 1st, GPD has, everybody is hired, everybody is here, no one has retired early, no one's done anything. And at that point where they say, we can't even, advertise, we're ready to advertise or we have more recruits than positions, I would feel we have some flexibility, though not how we've traditionally done it in the past couple of years, that we go back and say, all right, well, can we unfreeze those now? Because the position is still there, but unfreeze it and bring from what fund balance we do have. So that's why I'm not opposed to, if GPD completely fills out and we're ready and hiring and we're ready to go back and look at it then but you know, in the end, we got to balance our budget now. And some of this is the same way with overtime. Are we taking care of this up front or later? And if the overtime we're going to take care, I'm sorry. This scenario does not take care of overtime up front. Just thank you, Madam Manager, for yeah, I think I'm going to stick with this motion for now. But obviously, as the mayor said, there's a lot of different ways we can go with this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willis. Commissioner Engel.
I just want to make clear that I hear both Chief Moya and the city manager. I don't want to make these decisions either. We're in a bad spot, mostly because GRU won't pay their bills. Looking at all the other decisions we've got, aside from fees in these positions, everything else is cutting stuff back. This is the only one where, again, we're not making any cuts. We're just not growing any faster we're not growing as fast as we'd like. So, as I understand it, we've got 28 positions that they're expecting to get filled this year. That means right now those have been vacant positions, many of them for a couple of years, all of them for a while. So going into our next budget cycle, we are going to have, if we hire everyone, 28 more officers on the streets moving forward than what we've got right now. Now, I realize we'd like 9 more and bump that from 28 to 37, but with the budget constraints we've got, as long as we're moving forward, even if we're not moving forward as fast as we'd like, I feel like, you know, we're still making progress. Every report I get back, when we look at our total crime statistics, things are moving in the right direction. So I don't want to undercut anybody, but I feel like as long as we are still growing the size of our force, bringing in professionals, and going the right way about it, this gives us a chance to next year start looking at, is that an appropriate time to start moving things open? And if these 19 positions that we were looking at cutting don't get filled, because I know some of them have been open for quite some time, it's going to be a little bit of money trickling back into the budget as well. But I said I think this is a responsible way to move forward, given our financial situation and the fact that we're already growing the size of our force. It's just very hard for me to justify putting another $1.5 million towards that right now. That's kind of what my thinking was on it. And then as far as the 3 mills goes, I also think if you look at our 5-year projections. What's that?
0.3 of a mil.
Oh, thank you. Well, we can solve these whole problems with 3 mills if you guys want that. So the 0.3 of a mil, I don't think that's as big a increase as we had potentially looked at. But then also, if you look at that 5-year projection, that's going to get us closer to being solvent a couple, 3 years down the line, instead of looking at emergency situations right now. Like I said, I don't think it's enough to fix all those problems, but it does give us a little firmer footing moving forward than the 2.5 mil projection would. So if you look at it somewhere between the 2.5 and the whatever the other one was, the 0.4, whichever, it really gives us kind of a middle ground there to where we're also, I think, being a little bit more fiscally responsible for what our future needs are going to be. So that's kind of where I came up with all that. I think I like the motion. But that's where I am. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Engel. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a point of clarity, because now I've been looking at all of these papers, and I'm a little cross-eyed at this moment. Does option 6 maintain outside agency grant funding? This maintains it at 100%? Yes, it does. Okay. And I want to say this, because I support all of the agencies that that we currently provide funding for. But I'm going to ask a question of my colleagues, just because we are in a very tight position and we have to make very difficult decisions. I wonder if we could reach out and ask for some help across the street with this. Their pockets are deeper than ours. And I'm talking about our colleagues over at the county. Because I'm going back to what I think is very important. I'm going back, I'm big on public safety. And one of the things I don't want to compromise is that. And I hear everybody up here, and I think everybody has a valid point. Everybody's made a valid point. But for me, it's worth the ask of what they may be able to help us do. I don't know, maybe some of you have had conversations with our colleagues over at the county, or you've heard what they feel. I don't know. I know I have not. But I do know that they're in a much better financial position. I think the timing of this conversation is a little unfortunate, because don't we have a joint city-county meeting coming up, what, a few months? When is that?
Well, that's currently planned for September 15th, but
We need to have
that's
a-
likely to get postponed.
Oh, it is?
Because we're all in the middle of, that was planned before Doge and all those things. And
Yeah.
it's just, we're not quite ready for some of those conversations.
For sure.
At this point.
Yeah. Well, I would certainly be interested in hearing. I mean, they see what we're going with. And no, it's not their responsibility. But I think that everybody is concerned about the state of what happens with the neighbors. And I'd be very, very curious to hear if there was an appetite or an ability to help in some way with making sure that these agencies can continue to maintain. And I'll conclude with that, but I'll just tell you that that's what my thought is on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker. And I would say that it is their responsibility, particularly when we're talking about the outside agencies. I know it makes people uncomfortable when I say it, but the social services are a function of county government. And we have picked those up over the years because, I'm not trying to step on anybody's toes, but because it wasn't getting done otherwise. So the city of Gainesville filled the gap. I love that the city of Gainesville fills the gap. I love that we step up and say, yes, that is a responsibility that government has, and that we should do that because nobody else is. But we've done that a lot over the years, and that's what gets us where we are, frankly. So you're absolutely not wrong that they do have something to bring to the table here. But I will say also that if you ask them if they're able to come off a little money, they will always tell you, "Oh my goodness, we're so broke," because I have had conversations. But it's a good ask. I mean, it makes sense. Commissioner Book.
I just had a question for the manager related to the budget, looking at the two scenarios. If excess fund balance were increased by 1.5 million, so I know you're probably going to do the math, the chair, would we not be able to not freeze the police officer positions and do 25% of fixed fleet payment? I mean, it's almost a wash, which would protect us against long-term costs in fleet. All right, I'm just asking. I realize there's a motion on the table. I'm trying to think ahead.
I'm lost.
All right, so if you just look at the figures, I was a little lost too when I was looking at these things. You take off the position decrements. That's 1,300 on a line. You see that line there? So I'm kind of talking about the chart. We don't have that on the table, so 1,300,000 is saved so far. We have 1.4 million for 9 police positions that we would have to make up. And if we went from 50%, there's only 3 factors here I'm talking about. If we went from 50% of fixed fleet payment reduction to 25% and essentially saved fleet life and insulated us against long-term costs, if all we did was use 1.5 million of excess fund balance, it's within a very small amount of dollars. I don't have the calculator here. That's all.
So you're talking about under 5 or 6?
Well, it's
under this motion. Okay.
It's under both, actually. All I'm saying is to save the police officer positions, we add 1.5 million to the excess fund balance, and it's a wash. Does that make sense? Is that a little clearer?
So
That's
that
it.
basically takes you to 6.9 or so.
And we could also go to 25% of fixed fleet, which would insulate us against long-term costs, which is what we're trying to do. So that's more of a trade, and I understand there's a thing, but it's not difficult. That's where I'm at. Again, I kind of draw the line at core services and what we have here. but we do need to get to some consensus.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Engel, how would you feel about, I'm going to reverse myself and ask how you feel about splitting this between the revenue side and the expenditure side, knowing that we also have to make a decision about the expenditure side, but at least we know what the revenue piece is if we do that, and then we can drill down.
With splitting my motion to vote on the millage rate first, and then the rest of it after? This is what you're asking?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Madam Manager, are you comfortable with that? Okay. It's not ideal, but, all right, so I'm going to ask that we vote on scenario 6, and the motion, but only the first phrase of the motion. Adopt scenario 6. Adopt the revenue portion of scenario 6.
Just the millage.
Yeah, just the millage, yeah, which would be 0.3 mils. Everybody clear? Madam Manager?
Yes, and I think we should be more specific. If it's 0.3 mils, the motion should read what the actual millage rate would be, 6.7297. If that is, we should say what the millage rate is. That way it drives us.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the first motion is adopt the millage rate at 0.3000 mils to 6.7297.
Cynthia?
May I?
Ms. Ramos, yeah.
All right, so the motion would be to adopt the millage rate of 6.7297, which is 0.3000 mils higher than the current millage rate of 6.4297.
Yes.
And the seconder is good with that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let me know when you got that, Madam Clerk. And we hit the magic 5 o'clock there. All right, let's confirm that we are on before we take any votes on this.
Yes, it's being sent to broadcast right now.
Okay,
so
this,
they should-
okay, good, all right.
I want to ask a question.
Commissioner Chestnut, yeah.
Thank you. So with this millage rate, what would that equal to for the homeowner?
For an annual homesteaded property valued at $200,000, it would be an additional $45 a year.
45.
at 200,000.
Yeah.
Right.
Correct.
Chief of Staff?
Average home of 200,000, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right, are we all clear on the motion? Or the first half of the motion? All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so that passes 6-1 with Commissioner Duncan Walker in dissent. Commissioner Book.
Commissioner Engel, did you want me to cover that second portion, or did you want to cover that? What?
I originally said just with flipping those two, and yeah, I guess whatever you're.
Okay.
Yeah, why don't you
I want to make sure I
forward?
understand what you're.
So here is kind of the other side of the equation. The motion is the second year of fixed fleet reduction is 25%, not 50%, so it's 25%. We are not freezing police officer positions. And we are adding 1.5 million of excess fund balance, so that's the potential use of excess fund balance to close the gap is actually 3,100,000.
Which leaves us at what number on the fund balance? If somebody could do that math for me.
Is that?
It's about the 3 million.
It roughly leaves us at 6,318,000. 6,318,000. Maybe give a few thousand, Chief of Staff, you're welcome to correct that, but,
So I'm not sure if I understand your math. So we're dropping it back down to 25% of the fund contribution for fleet.
Yes, sir.
So that is going to cost us about $1.5 million.
Correct.
then we are going to unfreeze the police officer positions.
Correct.
So that would cost us another $1.5 million, which is
Right.
an extra $3 million. And then,
And we realized essentially 1.3 million on the fund decrements.
okay, so you are talking about still,
Exactly what you had
using
before.
those 19 positions.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, I'm not in favor of that.
Okay, so let's vote on this, and then we'll come back and do a second motion. Because it's substantially different.
Can I just clarify, Commissioner Book, the utilization of the excess fund balance, is that the number you had given me initially?
3.1 million.
I had 3.159,387.33.
That's it.
Okay.
That is, that's 1/3.
Okay, so the motion as it stands is the scenario described in number 6, but adding in the freezing officer positions and not
Mr. Mayor?
deleting the.
If I might?
You can put it on the screen.
Can we, on the expense side, not deal with numbers?
Right.
And just allow whatever the net is from whatever you want to do to be the fund, this budget stabilization balancing number, and not try to do the math up here?
That works for me.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Ms. Ramos, did you want to add anything to that? Okay, all right.
She-
You look like
she
you
was
were-
gonna- she said what I was
Okay,
gonna
all right, okay.
All right, so just I understand what's going on, that we're voting on my motion to keep scenario 6, but retain the 19 FTEs and freeze the police officer positions. And that's the motion on the table.
Gotcha, that's yes, okay.
All right, thank you.
Everybody clear on that?
Not freezing the police officer positions.
Freezing.
Current motion on the table because we split it from before, so we have to close out his motion before we move on.
And if that doesn't pass, we'll come back to you, Commissioner Brooks. And actually, yeah.
I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Would you
For clarity-
push your button just so I remember to,
Yeah,
yeah.
for clarity, can you put that motion up on the?
Yes, that would be, yeah,
I have sent it to broadcast.
okay.
You're asking about Commissioner Books.
Yes.
No, I'm
Oh,
talking
you
about
want the old
Commissioner-
one that?
Yeah.
That we're voting on.
That's what we're about to vote on. so,
We've just
yeah.
gotten a lot. So broadcast, if you would put the first motion just with that second portion, thank you. So we're just on that portion. Well, no, put that back.
Okay. All right, so we've already adopted the revenue portion of this, so.
Correct,
All
we're
right,
just
so this is
handling the,
Just swap it, yeah. Everybody clear on what this is?
May I just make one small
Yes.
correction? Sorry, it's 19.75 FTEs. So
Oh,
I just want to be
45.
specific to
It's
what's
19.45.
represented.
4-5.
No, it's a typo on the page, sorry.
Okay.
Oh, it's a typo. It is 75.
19.75 FTEs.
I had no idea my motion was going to be this complicated.
They're all this complicated, man. That's the secret. Okay, so, and if this does not pass, then we'll be ready for Commissioner Book's motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay. All right, so that is 4, I think, and one, you were nay?
I'm a nay.
I heard you.
I was a nay, yeah.
Okay, so that fails with Engel, Chestnut, and Willetts in favor. Okay. All right, now we have another motion.
Right.
Commissioner Book, yes.
So we can take off the scenario 6, just the number, just to add. Really what we're talking about is the excess fund balance will be whatever that you want me to,
Yeah, whatever the net is.
whatever that number is, it's probably in the neighborhood of 3.1 million. There will be no freezing of the police officer positions, and we'll go from 50% of fixed fleet payment to 25%. Those figures are going to be close, but the manager's office is going to kind of have to figure out those numbers to make sure
So
they're
let's
close to balancing now.
Right, let's get that up on the
that up.
screen when we can. Is there a second for that, by the way?
Second.
Right, okay.
So just for clarity, broadcast, I had 3 sections, including a number for the excess fund balance. We're just removing that 3rd section. We're just using the first 2, reduce fleet fixed payments by 25% and unfreeze police officer positions. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see it before
It's in Teams if you want to.
So they need to start it over.
They are. It's just, it takes broadcast a minute because they're dealing with multiple screens, so they have to switch systems. So if you just give them 1 moment there.
There has to be a more elegant way to do this.
We've been trying. Oh, I apologize. I posted it in the wrong.
Commissioner Book, just to make sure, Commissioner Book, Mr. Mayor, if I might.
There you go.
We are not dealing with the 19 FTEs in your scenario. I just I'm asking.
No, I think we are.
We are dealing with the 19.75 FTEs. That's what I thought. I just wanted to retain it.
Okay.
I didn't realize that.
I didn't think so.
Can you broadcast, could you?
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor, sorry. And add a number 3, retain 19.75. Yeah, retain.
That's an elimination of
Yeah,
positions.
right. May I just for clarification, Commissioner Burke, I think what I'm hearing you say is for scenario 6, the changes you want to make are, can we put scenario 6 back up real quick of the presentation? So for scenario 6, I think what I'm hearing you say is that instead of a 50% reduction of fleet fixed, you want to do a 25% reduction of fleet fixed. Is that the first option? And then you want to put back in the, on scenario 6, the FTEs for police are not being frozen, so that stays like that. And then whatever the balance is of reducing the fleet by 25% from 50 to 25, you want that to come from the excess fund balance.
Whatever makes up.
Yes. And then the 19.75 FTEs that in scenario 6, it means that we are eliminating them from the budget. You are comfortable with that and you want that to stay there? Oh, we're putting them back in. Okay. We're putting them back in. Okay.
Sorry, it's so complex. I know we've got so many different levers and figures there.
So now if communications could put all of those components
Back. So broadcast, if you would please put that other motion up, and I think I heard I need to amend the reduced fleet fixed, because there needs to be some language about making up the difference with the fund balance, is that correct? Okay. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Please
and
help
so
me.
number 4 would be to close the remaining gap with the excess fund balance.
Okay.
I do need to, remaining.
after
Okay,
this.
okay.
That's what you said, 3 million.
What's that?
You said we were
Yeah.
spending 3 million.
Total.
Retaining, after all this is said and done, around $6 million in the excess.
In the
fund.
stabilization.
Okay, all right, okay. Commissioner Booker, are you done for?
I sure hope so.
Okay. Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Engel.
That's accurate.
Okay, Commissioner Engel.
Oh, if I'm voting on what I think I'm voting on, I would say I'm uncomfortable relying on that much fund balance or excess fund balance or fund stabilization money for long-term or for repeating costs. Because we're actually adding on 9 more officers and keeping all the other spots. So you're looking at, we're not reducing long-term expenses by anything and spending $3 million in fund balance to make up for it. And that seems like a lot.
Okay, good. Madam Manager? Okay, all right. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, I mean, well, one, I would like to hear what the city manager has to say about it. I will say that, like, if we wanted to increase taxes by the amount that was originally proposed by the manager, then that would get us to a fund balance reduction that seems reasonable to me. And I said from the beginning, I was always fine with that, but we decided on 0.3. So now we're saying we want 0.3, but then we want to, but then, you know, we want to, I mean, the reduced fleet fixed payments are, they're kicking it down the road, but I mean, the hard cut is the 19.75 Ts, and it's the annual cut that if we're, I mean, if I am comfortable raising taxes to keep our employees. I'm fine with that. The rest of the commission isn't. If we're not comfortable with that, then we need to cut annual expenditures, and this is an annual expenditure that's worth cutting, or we can raise taxes. But saying we don't want to do any of it is, I think, just kicking the can down the road, and I don't want to kick the can down the road. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
This will be, Mr. Mayor, this will be a much more difficult discussion next year.
Oh, absolutely.
Because you're going to have costs building and building and building. It is one of those years where, you know, that discussion, I don't think you all are going to have a lot of interest in having. So you know where I'm coming from.
Yes, so I feel like a sticking point here is less about the fleet. We leave fleet at 25%. It's either we do 2 or we do 3. Either we do item 2 or we do item 3. That's kind of the feeling that I get
But not
up
both.
here. Right, we can't unfreeze the police officer positions, and I don't think we're gonna get a positive vote on unfreezing the police officer positions and keeping the 19.75 FTEs. That's what it, just trying to count votes up here. I feel like those are the positions that we come apart on. So we kind of need to pick one or the other to get to 4 or 5 votes here. And frankly, I'm at, if you delete number 3, delete number 3, I'm probably good. Commissioner Chestnut,
Yeah,
do you
I
want
was
to weigh
going
in?
to
You have it,
say,
yeah.
thank you. If you delete 2, I would be good, because I think until we fill the 28 positions that are vacant, and then if they come back, if they fill all of those positions, and they come back to us and say, we need 9 positions, then we could go back to, I would feel comfortable going back to the budget stabilization fund. But some of the positions some of the 28 positions have been vacant since 2022. So that's where I am.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Book. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, our vacancy reduction that's on here that is approved is 798,000. It's 8 eliminate vacant FTEs through city attorney's office, equity inclusion, financial service, human resources, and freeze but retain the line for senior internal auditor. So we do have actually reductions that we're already reducing. Because those are already in here, and we're not making a motion related to those. I would be okay with amending the motion and taking off number 3 and allowing the city manager to figure out exactly what might be the most appropriate as it relates to up to 20 positions, and she may come back and say, oh, there might be 13. The fact that most of them are, in fact, all of them are unfilled makes it a whole lot more palatable, I think. So.
Okay, we'll come back around and, you said you would be comfortable, or you want to change the motion?
I would be comfortable, but it's been seconded if we wanted to eliminate number 3.
Okay. Commissioner Duncan Walker. I'm sorry, yes, Commissioner Duncan Walker, and then Engel. Yeah.
So Commissioner Book, you're saying take off number 3, so and I don't have my glasses on, excuse me, and I told y'all what's happening with my eyes. So you'll take this off, which means you do not want to retain the 19? You do not want to retain the 19 positions?
I prefer to retain them, but I recognize that there's just, the math may not allow that.
May not math. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm really struggling. This is,
Well, my question may help.
well, I hope it will, because I cannot, yeah, I can't, I would be much more comfortable with doing what I didn't want to do originally, which was leaving the police officer frozen because it's something you can come back to. I don't like eliminating these 19. That right there is just, and I don't do math. I do words. I depend on staff to do math, okay? But that's a major thing for me, their commissioner book. I can get behind being able to come back to those frozen positions, but I can't get behind letting 19 go.
But so those are not filled.
And these are not, yeah, well, I got
Just to make sure we're all clear, those are not filled.
Well, can we come back? I want to hear from some other colleagues who may have some different ideas that may assist me in my thought process.
Gotcha, okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Okay, so these positions are not filled. However, when you eliminate them, they're gone. They're out of the budget completely.
You're right, the positions remain, but you can always come back in an amendment and do what you need to.
If they're frozen. But if you eliminate them,
They're all gone, the positions are gone.
right, so that means that Parks and Recreation will have to start a whole new argument over why an events coordinator is important to their department.
That's the one position that the police department wanted to retain.
Well, I picked the wrong one.
That would have been good information to know.
That would have been, I picked the wrong one. Well, let's just say, the maintenance workers in public works. You've got 3 of them. So you'll never get those positions back again.
The commission could, I'm just saying, you could. I mean, you come back at a budget amendment and you make an amendment, because you can do that as policymakers. You can. I just want to make sure the mechanics are there. You can.
The mechanics are there, but the ease of it is not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some of it is the decision amongst the 7.
And that's why I say the ease of it is not there. But anyway, I'm going to stick with, I want to retain those 19 FTEs. And as I said, go with eliminating 2. And if they fill the 28 positions that they already have, and they've got some positions on here in this 19 that we're unfreezing, that we may retain. So I just don't want to cut 19 positions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Engel.
So I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but I'm in kind of the same mindset, I believe, as Commissioner Chestnut. We've been cutting vacant positions, which is really cutting the available workforce across the city really deep for quite some time now, to the tune of whatever that is now, 150. So these are already areas that have been cut, and FTEs have been cut out of them and cut out of them and cut out of them, and I don't know that there's still that much extra ones around. So I'm very concerned about dropping another 20 positions, essentially. On the flip side, I think it's very important to have a functional police force. And I said again, I hear what the manager's saying, I hear what Chief Moy is saying. We are actively increasing that number. Like, that's a larger force now than it was last year. And it's going to be a larger force next year than it is right now. Only by 28 instead of by 37, but it's going to be larger. Like, that's already happening. I realize that means once we get that up, it's harder to recruit. But to be able to drop back and unfreeze a couple of positions, I do think is a much easier process than trying to create more FTEs. So we eliminate these 19. Next year we decide we want to add 2 of them back. I think that's a more arduous process and less likely to succeed than to come back and say like, all right, we need to unfreeze 2 of these officer positions because we've got some great candidates, or we've got an opportunity to pick up, or whatever. I think that is much more easy to deal with moving forward in the budget than creating brand new FTEs will be moving forward in the budget. So man, we got to do one of these things. I don't want to axe these 19 positions.
You can freeze them as well.
We could freeze them as well, I suppose. And whether there's some like mix of those two things or whatever, but again, like we have seen, and again, if it makes more sense for the police department to freeze some of those positions and open up some officer positions, I mean, maybe that makes more sense for them. I don't know. But you've got those options with those being frozen. If we get rid of those 19, I'm worried about it. And again, like we're already building up a police force. I know we need to keep doing that, and I know we're not where we want to yet. But to me, it's a question of police force isn't growing as fast as we'd like to, but it's growing. The rest of the city has been shrinking and is continuing to shrink if we cut these positions. And as I said, it's a tough position. I don't like being in it. I don't like giving anybody bad news. But if it's coming down to one of those 2 spots, I am leaning more towards freezing or keeping those positions frozen. Again, we're not freezing extra positions. We're not cutting anything back. All we're doing is not growing as fast as we'd like to grow. And I think that's the responsible thing to do at this point. So that's kind of where I am on that. If it's down to either 2 or 3, I say we leave some officer positions frozen, retain those 19 FTEs. If it makes sense for the police department to convert some of those FTEs into officer positions and unfreeze those, maybe we can look at that. That's where I am.
Thank you, Commissioner Engel. How would we feel about freezing turning number 3 into freeze 19.75 FTEs?
A little better.
Okay, Commissioner Willets.
But would it be for real?
So I want to talk a little bit about, so continuing budget process, because there's this conversation.
We don't ask those questions.
Yeah, we're getting to this part where we're talking about like what could happen in the future. Will be this commission in the next budget year, dealing with this. The reason why I felt more comfortable with keeping the positions the police officer positions frozen is because when we have some ability to come back. It sounds like I'm hearing in general, compared to 2 years ago budget, more of a willingness to spend part of that budget stabilization on not big fixed capital. We've been leaning that way very strongly, protecting it, getting more to the year that we're going to need to spend some of it. So I feel more comfortable leaving the police officer positions frozen and being able to come back. If we have already been leapfrog in salary, maybe it's that we will continue to struggle. Maybe we won't fill all, on October 1st, they will have plenty of positions left to plug the holes in, to guide their pipeline into. So that's why I feel more comfortable with that. Freezing that 19.75 FTE, I think if that makes people feel better, I think it doesn't get to Commissioner Eastman's long-term trajectory, but it gets us definitely, right now I'm a no vote on this motion, but I could be a yes vote if we go to freezing those 19.75. I think so. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Willets. Commissioner Eastman.
With the freezing of the police positions that happened last fiscal year, we had 20 frozen police positions, right? Midway through the year, was that a budget amendment that we? Okay, so we did the budget amendment. We're now here. It does kind of feel like frozen positions are somewhat illusory. As I was talking through, and I'm in the same boat. I am looking at half of our budget increase this year was a $5 million increase in the police budget. How do you curb the cost of increased police budgets? And historically, fire budgets, though their budgets have not increased this year as much, though I think they're our second largest increase in our budget. But regardless, how do we curb those? And the answer is, well, we just froze the positions. That's a promise that we will do that at some point in the future. So it does feel like a freeze is different. Let me just ask Cynthia. I'm looking at the scenario. There is a way that, just to remind everyone, that we could do neither 2 nor 3, by and do none of this by simply going with scenario one, which now I'm seeing updated budget gap is a $3 million increase. Am I reading this correctly in here? That is the math right on this?
Someone took my copy of that, so is there
Yes,
next? Yeah.
I see the budget. I'm sorry if I might, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
So on scenario one, the gap would be 3 million budget gap with levers applied.
In the black.
Yeah, we're in, well, we would still in scenario one have to put in a little over $1 million from
Correct.
the budget stabilization.
What? Why? If
I
we're
mean,
3
it based
million
on-
in the black. Oh, so
We've already voted to accept a 0.3 mil.
oh yeah, but I can make another motion right now, and I can do something different if I want to. I'm just saying we can solve our problem right here, right now. And so I thought I would, just mention that if we don't want to make these hard decisions, there's another option on the table here.
And I just want to say, when we updated this sheet, that scenario one calculation is not accurate.
That makes sense.
There should be
All
a
right.
gap
I just
of
thought maybe there
1.1
was
there.
some way to get below point,
Yeah.
the 0.4, and then bring that down if that was in there. I don't know. I guess I don't have anything. We could, another option is to simply freeze half of the police positions, like 5 of those, and then do a 50% cut in the total FTEs that are there. The city manager could figure out what makes the most sense in terms of that's about $650,000. You split the baby on it. We'll probably be back around here talking about the good face it too. We are then we are eliminating some hard positions on that. We are still freezing police officer positions, which we will be talking about, probably in the next fiscal year again as we're going forward with that. But we might be in a better fiscal position at that point. That's another way of kind of just going down the middle with this thing. But yeah, I don't know. I'm in the same position. I don't want to be here again next year and the year after that and the year after that. And that means that if we're not willing to raise taxes, then we got to make hard decisions. And hard decisions means laying off positions. That's what an annual expenditure decrease means. So that's what I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Engel.
So I don't know if this is better or worse. Again, a fairly short amount of time up here on the dais, but it seems to me that if you've got frozen positions during budget amendments over the year, it is easier to come back and say, we need these, going to unfreeze some of these positions. This is, legitimate. We haven't hired these guys, so that's going to free up some budget money for the year. We'll have a better idea moving forward what we might be able to absorb in some of these areas. And if I'm not mistaken, at least some of these frozen or some of these additional positions have been open for quite some time. Is that correct?
Some of them have.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, it's a mix, but some of them have been open for quite some time. So there's a decent chance that even by the end of next year, we will not have hired a traffic operations supervising engineer and project team.
That's been a hard one to fill.
Right?
Yes.
Not a bunch of traffic operations supervising engineering project team leaders wandering around. They're hard to find. We may not have one anyway. So if we know that halfway through the year, that's going to open up a little bit of budget money for us. Let's say we just freeze everybody. Let's say 2 and 3, we freeze those positions. That's going to give us a much better budget, cushion moving forward. We're going to have to do several budget amendments through the year. If it makes sense to come back and unfreeze a couple of those, it turns out that we've got a good job for maintenance worker 1 and maintenance worker 2. Great, we'll pick a couple of those guys up. We can look at a budget amendment. We'll have a better idea of where we legitimately are. We can pick those up. That gives us the kind of flexibility now, reduces us long term. I think that's kind of a win all the way around, and gives us the ability to adjust our workforce moving forward as it makes sense.
Second's pretty good.
Well, so keep that in mind. All right, you good, Commissioner Engel?
Yeah.
All right. Commissioner Willets.
Sure. While I've heard some people say, like, with the 19.75, just sort of leave it to the manager, which we trust the manager to, do a lot of work for us. And though the manager largely leads budget process, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate the identification of 19.75 unfilled, because 2 of those are under the Equal Opportunity Director. It is not 100. I don't want the direction to be that this is 100%. just the manager's decision about, or at least there needs to be some communication from the Equal Opportunity Director to tell us a little bit about those two positions. Because if what he says is, oh no, I really do need a compliance manager, I want to have that as part of conversation. Like I said, Madam Manager, I appreciate that you really do help us lead budget process, and you got your fingers in the data.
But the charters don't report to me, so I understand that.
Right. I just want to throw that out. Though most jobs are under you, and you have a good, you're handling them. That's just mostly that's to the commission to say, like, be careful about how we direct that, because in the end there just needs to be some conversation from the charters that may be affected. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Commissioner Book, would you? I can vote for this if we freeze those 19.75, not delete, but if we switch retain to freeze, I could vote for this. But go ahead. Yeah.
Yes, we started with 3 scenarios. We added a 4th one at the beginning of the day, 2 just now before the break, and 7 for a total of 13 scenarios. And we have gotten to a agreement on a millage, which is good. And now we're, when I kind of was listening, there was really like 5 different iterations just now of that very thing. So there's probably no unanimity for something, because there's just so many different levers and specifics here. I personally am indifferent to whether we freeze or retain. I do think it'd be very difficult to delete those positions. So I'm worried about that. It does give us flexibility. I would be willing to hit freeze on the 19.75. That's where I'd be. And but we've already had a few motions and things, but that would be it for me. Okay. So that's but there's a seconder, and it would be freeze. So that means that the manager charters could come before us and say, wait a minute, it's time for a budget amendment, and this is why.
Right. So are you comfortable as a seconder? I think you were the second one.
Not to freeze?
Yeah.
Second.
Freeze
and unbudget. Because we would have to reduce the funding to reduce the expenditures.
Gotcha. Okay. Freeze and budget. Is that, we good?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. There's the light. Commissioner Engel. Yeah. We're almost there.
Almost there. Just so I make sure what I talked about last time was freezing everyone, both the police officers and the unbudgeted things. Is that what this motion is? Or are you leaving these at unfreeze the police officers and freeze the others?
No, you had a really good point about the freezing, but it is what's left up there, given that we've heard so.
I just want to make sure what I was voting on.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So everybody's clear on what this is. All in favor say aye. Aye. And all opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so that fails with Book, Ward, and Duncan Walker in the affirmative. Commissioner Engel, did you want to make a motion?
I say we freeze everybody. I would say instead of eliminating the 19 positions and unfreezing the police officers, let us freeze and unbudget both the 9 police officer positions and the 19.75 FTEs. And that would be my motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second, but I will say, so I've had a lot of conversations with the chief and the city manager about the FTEs. I would feel more comfortable with 5 FTEs in total frozen in the police budget, so that there's some headway there. I understand where Chief Moy is coming from, and that gives us some flexibility within that.
All right.
I am okay with freezing 5 if that is, or do we want to vote on this motion and come back to it?
Sure, I'm fine. I can live with it.
So freeze and unbudget.
Freeze and unbudget. I'll just, I'll leave my motion as it is. If we want to come back and vote on it again, we can do that. I don't want to change it with, people have already seconded it and everything else.
Okay, I got two more lights here. Commissioner Willetts.
Just to be clear, I started with saying 4 or 5.
Okay.
You did.
That's where I started, on somewhere in the middle to give a little more wiggle room for GPD for the pipeline of recruitment that they've been working really hard on. So I actually started with saying maybe somewhere in the middle. So whether change or not, come back. I started more in that, particularly if we're going to freeze and unbudget the 19 point FTE. And so if it's that we leave five frozen. So we will have gone from 20 frozen to 9 to 5. That is more what I imagine when I didn't make a motion, but I said somewhere in the middle. I'd be down for that. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Chestnut.
Well, I'm back on 3. I just am concerned if departments are really going to feel comfortable or feel that they're going to come and argue for maintenance workers to be brought back. You know, the maintenance workers are not high on the totem pole, but they are very important. And I'm just concerned that they're going to lose out here. That's one. I'm concerned that I'm surprised Zariah's not here today. Is he out of town? Bad to go to a conference during budget time. So, I would like to have his input on this as well, on his positions. But I'm just concerned that these positions, while you're saying that that people will have the opportunity to come back to argue for them, I don't feel secure in that. I feel that that we need those positions. Anyway, that's where I am.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. So if we freeze and unbudget police officer positions, if this doesn't pass, then somebody else will make a motion. Are you get in line to make a motion, or are you?
No, I'm talking to the motioner. Can we just, wait, so you have said previously that you're uncomfortable with freezing and unbudgeting all of the police officer positions.
Correct.
Okay. Could you live with 5 police officer positions being free? So I'm comfortable. Motioner, can you, do you mind?
I would say we will freeze and unbudget 19.75 FTEs and freeze and unbudget 5 police officer positions.
Great. The seconder accepts that.
Which, to be clear, is continuing a freeze on 5 police officer positions and unfreezing 4.
Yes.
Okay. But still leaves the 19.75 frozen and unbudgeted. Anybody have any questions about what we're doing with this? Okay, all in favor of this motion, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed?
Nay. Nay.
Okay, so that, I'm sorry, Duncan Walker is a nay. Chestnut is a nay, and Book is a nay. Okay. All right, but that passes. Okay.
Regrettably.
Yeah, I don't know, I understand. I'm just trying to get to something here. And Madam Manager, that means we'll need to see what we can get done to get the actual budget done, because when we get to the ordinance, we can't split it up.
We can very easily bring back the results of this
Okay.
at the next meeting.
So rather than adding a new meeting, let's add an item this coming Thursday, the 21st, in the evening at the end of the meeting to recap where we are on this, so that when we get to September 10th, we're not curious about anything. We're pretty sure where folks are. All right, Commissioner Engel.
I would say that I take Commissioner Chestnut's point very seriously, that some of these are the type of like position that just has a lot of turnover, right? So I don't want like somebody who, if we need another maintenance worker, I don't want that caught up in all this just because it happens to be unbudgeted right now. I don't know the best way to do it, but looking at some of these just quickly, I can see that like some of these positions have been open for like a year or a year and a half, and it may make more sense like to not worry about those. Yeah, you know what? I'll just get with the manager on it. I just want to make sure I understand the process of unfreezing those positions and making sure that there's some way to actually go about doing it. And I'm too new here to really know what that is. Sure. Okay.
There's 4 or 5 of them every year.
Okay. Well, and I mean, the process of getting on the budget amendment and making sure that's available for the people.
Because we're not deleting the position.
Yeah.
Position
Yeah.
continues to exist. so.
That's something else. I want to bring
Gotcha.
up something new.
Gotcha. Okay, so I want to be super clear. I'm a new dealer. I would hire everybody if it were up to me, but we don't have the budget available to do that. Commissioner Eastman, is this to this, or do we move on to?
Yeah, I'll move on and actually skip me. I'm fine.
Okay, all right. So, Madam Clerk, do we have, I didn't even look at the agenda. Do we have member comment?
Hold on. Give me 1 second. I have a different screen up.
Somewhere in all this, I have the agenda, but.
My screen's not saving with all the motions. Hold on 1 second.
Because yours is a different.
Mine
thing,
is a
right?
member
Okay.
comment.
Okay, gotcha.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have member comment.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. All right, I think about 2 years ago, the communications department, or the people in the back running the
Broadcasting.
the broadcasting people came to us and to the clerk, and they wanted a machine. They wanted to order a machine that would make these motions up here not have to go through 3 different screens to get one motion up on the screen. So when we cut their budget, they weren't able to get that. I would like to refer to the manager to come back, and the clerk, to come back to us with the recommendation on ordering the machine that will make this work, that will make the,
Mr. Mayor, if I may, there may be, we are working with eScribe. There may be a solution within eScribe that creates a much cleaner pathway to posting the motions. We did an attempt, we all went to a training with eScribe, and then we tried it on our own, and it didn't work. And budget season hit, and I haven't had a chance to go back to eScribe to get clarity. So if you would just give me that time, I will prioritize trying to find a better solution than what we're doing.
yeah, we need something that works.
Yes.
So thank you.
Yes.
You understand what I'm after. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. That's a big deal. It is. I mean, the flipping
just
back and
not
forth
working.
isn't right. There has to be a way to make it work. It has to be. Okay, I see no further lights. Thank you all so much for the emotional effort this afternoon. I appreciate you. And I'm ignoring light number 8, and we are adjourned.
Okay.